What is the Tao? The Tao that can be understood is not the eternal cosmic Tao, just as an idea that can be expressed in words is not the infinite idea. And yet, this ineffable Tao is the source of all spirit and matter. Expressing itself, it is the mother of all created things. Not to desire material things is to know the freedom of direct experience, and to desire them is to suffer the limitations of matter. Yet, these two things, matter and spirit, so different in nature, have the same origin. This unity is the mystery of mysteries and the gateway to lived experience. That's chapter 1 of the Tao Te Ching. Lao Tzu put this together, and it has been adapted many, many, many times over. And this is partially an accountability mechanism for me to work my way through these 81 chapters over the next little bit of time here, because it's interesting that this book has survived the test of time in so many ways, and it's been restated and almost rediscovered. Not necessarily the text itself being discovered, but these ideas, these concepts, these basic realities of the human experience have been rediscovered. And it's interesting to take a look at this in the context of something like the founding of America or the emergence of capitalism, because they're entirely consistent. In fact, they're pointing at the exact same thing, this idea of lived experience, direct experience of life, and finding what we value in that life and having the freedom and the opportunity to go after it, to discover what is important to us and attempt to live it. And it's interesting, I think, most particularly in a discussion of capitalism, to hear a sentence that reads, "Not to desire material things is to know freedom. To desire them is to suffer the limitations of matter." Because so often when we talk about capitalism, it's something that's focused on money. It's a economic system purely in which we exchange using a common mode of capital. But truly, what we're talking about, we can let go of the word capitalism a little bit when we recognize that the definition is encompassing of more than just the exchange of money. Capitalism is the free exchange of value among consenting people, where the proper role of governance, of accountability, is to protect that right of consent, to say no to someone else's version of happiness. And yet, what this text recognizes is that an idea that can be expressed in words, like happiness, like fulfillment, like satisfaction, is not the infinite idea itself. And so any law that we try to put into place is going to be inherently flawed. Because, of course, trying to describe love, for example, describe happiness in statute, it just isn't going to work. And it's fascinating to see this reemerge as a concept as we get to the beginning of the American founding. As we see these words, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, show up and recognize this same belief that this is the natural state of being for humanity. I'll be really curious to go through these 81 chapters and chat a little bit about what this text offers, considering most peculiarly that it was not translated into English until the 1860s, meaning that these ideas, which were present in the American founding, were not available to the American founders themselves. It seems like there's an opportunity there to learn from some of the great minds in history, to do some synthesis, and see what comes out the other end. Is there an opportunity here as we seek to live better lives, seek happiness, explore direct experience, and truly live what makes us happy? Opposites. When beauty is only a masquerade, it is actually ugliness. And goodness, if it is not sincere, is not truly goodness. Existence and non-existence are incompatible. The difficult and the easy are mutually opposed. The long and the short, the high and the low, the loud and the soft, the before and the after are all opposites. Each reveals the other. The wise are not conspicuous in their actions or given to much talking. When troubles arise, they are not irritated. They produce but do not hoard. They act but expect no praise. They build but do not dwell therein. And because they do not dwell therein, they never depart. I said at the end of the first chapter that this was translated first into English in the 1860s, and that was John Chalmers in 1868 was the first English translation that had been predated, though, at least in Western society, by Julian Stanislas in 1842, who translated the Tao Te Ching into French. So there is at least a chance in 1842 that a French translation could have made its way over to American culture. Still, it is accurate, to the best of my knowledge, that this text was not available to America's founders. It's interesting when you look at a figure like George Washington, however, where you see something like the wise are not conspicuous in their actions or given to much talking. When troubles arise, they are not irritated. And these are aspects of leadership that Washington was known for in his time. Producing but not hoarding, acting but expecting no praise. Obviously, this is a guy who went on to become the first president of the United States. He received praise. I'm doubting he felt slighted by the amount of praise that he received, but he built and then did not dwell therein. He put aside and refused to continue in the service of leadership of this country. I think in this chapter, the idea of opposites is setting up the rest of this book, perhaps to just put us as the readers on unstable ground. Obviously, this is a tool that people have used from a religious perspective, from a self-improvement perspective, to be self-evaluating. So when you look at the idea of beauty being a masquerade, or rather, when it is a masquerade, it is actually ugliness, or goodness, if it is not sincere, is not truly goodness. That leads us to the question of justice not being justice, fairness not being fairness, honesty not being honesty, when they are not truly the thing themselves. And it's interesting that this builds on chapter 1 by talking about the fact that honesty, truth, beauty, goodness, fairness, we can talk about them, we can point to examples of them, but our definitions are not necessarily likely to line up perfectly, nor are any words sufficient to truly explain, for example, the lived experience of being honest. No matter how many words we use to describe it, it's not the thing itself. Aldous Huxley talks a little bit about this in Doors to Perception. And another name that I wanted to mention here, because I think that this was someone who intentionally studied the Tao Te Ching but was more involved in Zen Buddhism, was Alan Watts. And when this talks later about each of the examples of opposites revealing each other, I think Watts talks about this in the idea of relativity, and in fact, the self and the other, the nature of the way that we all live together and we organize our society, especially when it comes to something like political parties or in-groups and out-groups, is that they are reliant on one another. And in fact, by having a foundation of respect for the consent of the other, it allows the differences to emerge and be healthy within themselves. Again, this is chapter 2. This is helpful. This is useful. I'm curious about your thoughts. This is one interpretation. What do you take away from it? Restraint. When a leader is silent on the subject of virtue, the people are discouraged from practicing it. Meanwhile, a leader who revels in riches encourages thievery. Value virtue over wealth, and the people's heart will be at rest. Wise leaders do not accumulate treasures, but seek to quiet the hearts of their people. They soothe the people's appetites and strengthen their bones. They treasure innocence and protect the simple from the schemes of the clever. When a leader practices restraint, everything will be in peace. That's chapter 3 of the Tao Te Ching. And the first thing that comes to my mind in this is the thought of who is practicing restraint in leadership right now. And I am referencing here political leadership. I'm discussing, the structural choices that we make. It's interesting that we have within us as the people, the governed, all just powers derive from our consent. Yet when we look to leaders, there are very few who actually fulfill the promise of good leadership. There's the old joke that a camel is a horse designed by a committee, and to a certain extent, what we have is a camel of a political body. We have kind of this ugly, misshapen, sometimes functional in some settings body, which certainly does things, but more often than not, I wonder about the leaders who are silent on the subject of virtue. You see what's happening right now with a completely fabricated resume by a representative. Interestingly, you see the same thing on the other side of the aisle when you look at Joe Biden's earlier political campaigns. It's no surprise that people are discouraged from practicing it because in the letter of the law and the coverage that law provides, there's space for actions which are not virtuous. And when we look at leaders who revel in riches, it doesn't take much to see the stock portfolios or the increased net worth of so-called leaders and the encouragement of thievery by many others. It's really difficult and perhaps annoying even to listen to someone talk about what's going on now and try to apply something from 2,500 years ago. But I think it gets to a core point, which is the title of restraint and whose job it is to ensure that restraint is practiced by those in power. I think it's a very noble idea to believe that every single person who gets into power is going to be able to practice restraint. However, when we see the examples of the swamp in America and many other governing institutions across the world, we see that absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the structures that were put into place acknowledge this very problem. And I think throughout the Federalist Papers and throughout the discussions and the letters that we have access to of people as they try to put together this country, a lot of these similar ideas were discussed about virtue, about the nature of putting the people's hearts at rest, about not accumulating treasures in leadership, about protecting people. There's an incredibly compassionate message at the heart of capitalist thought, at the heart of Enlightenment thought, at the heart of capitalism generally, which is the value of each human to their lived experience and to their life. And within that also rests the power of each person being the governed to remove their consent, to insist on restraint. And when that restraint is not respected, to peacefully say no, to step away, and to leave. The eternal Tao. The Tao seems empty, yet it is never exhausted. Oh, it is profound. It existed before anything. It dulls its own sharpness, breaks its own bonds, dims its own brightness, identifies with its own dust. Oh, it is peaceful. It is infinite, eternal. No one knows from where it came. It is older than the gods. That's chapter 4 of the Tao Te Ching. This is an interesting experiment, I think, generally, and worth framing this way because I'm not an expert. This is a learning process, and when I look at something like this, it feels just vast. I mean, that's not even a joke about the fact that this idea of what they're saying is, in fact, infinite, eternal, beyond the scope of our comprehension. Just that it feels intimate at the same time. And I think there is a tie in there that's important in the discussion of how we arrange our societies, how we act on and react to one another, the ways that we choose to pursue our understanding of reality as we experience it, both at the same time ourselves, alone, individuals. Huxley called us island universes, but also acknowledged this is another reference to the doors of perception, where he talks about us acting on and reacting to one another. There's this funny thing that happens where we are simultaneously ourselves, and we are also indistinguishable from the entirety of the universe. One of the best ways I've heard this framed has been talking about you as an individual. When you stop to smell a flower, the universe is stopping to smell the flower at the time and place that you are. They're indistinguishable from each other, despite the fact that as humans, we have consciousness, we have this perception of self, we have this idea of vastness within us. What's important to recognize and what allows us to act on and react to one another peacefully is understanding the feeling of sonder, the profound realization that everyone, including strangers passing in the street, has a life that is as complex as our own. They're constantly living despite the fact that we are not aware of it. And the universe is existing around us in very much the same way. Every aspect of our universe continues to exist whether we are paying attention to it or not. It's interesting that this is the eternal Tao when the human experience is in fact finite. We have limited time, we have limited resources, we have limited attention, and that puts these barriers up where once we have preference, we also have choice. And in fact, even without preference, we still have choice to not have preference. This is part of, I think, what the Tao Te Ching, what Zen Buddhism, what truly Christianity as well, Islam, Judaism, to different extents, have interpreted this recognition. And in each instance, there is an encouragement to spend time understanding the universe by being alone. The system that we use to peaceably act on and react to one another and to experience reality as island universes, it needs to accommodate for both. And that's a moral feature of what capitalism proposes. It says within the bounds of consent, feel free to find that balance in a way that best suits your best life, in which you can discover health, happiness, and satisfaction to the measure that is best for you, while still offering the protection of not violating anyone else's consent. Impartiality. The earth and the stars do not take sides. They are impartial. They regard all individuals as insignificant, as though they were playthings made of straw. The wise are also impartial. To them, all people are equal and alike. The space between earth and the stars is like a bellows. It is empty but does not collapse. As it contracts, it creates. Gossips, by contrast, spew out words till they are empty, because they are not impartial. That's chapter 5 of the Tao Te Ching. And I feel like 5 minutes truly isn't enough for any of these discussions. I'm very interested in responses to this, not even on what I say after the fact, but just the text itself. The first thing that jumped out to me is the idea that the wise are impartial. To them, all people are equal and alike. And I wish that I had the academic chops to take a closer look at the original text in whatever form it exists. This is a book from thousands of years ago. I don't even think that there's debate over who even wrote this text. Was it one person? Was it a group of people working together to create this? Was it built on over time? The history is murky, so in some ways it's easier and perhaps best to just take a look at the text for what it is and take it through the lens which it is possible to take it, which is your own lived experience. When I see the sentence, to the wise, all people are equal and alike, what I actually pull away from that is the direction that this points in, which is the fact that other people are unknowable in their entirety. Even the most simple experiences in our life, right? What you had for breakfast this morning, you could spend days telling me about the texture of the eggs, the way that the frying pan overcooked them just a little bit, the way that the coffee tasted, the look that the person at the next table at the diner that you ate at looked at you as you were walking out. No matter how detailed you were, even if you showed me a video play-by-play, even if you had any number of artistic interpretations, I could never fully experience what it was to have that meal. I could never have your lived experience. It's unknowable to me. And human beings try to communicate their lived experience to each other all the time. We do it through art, through movies, through expressions, through hand gestures, through swells, exactly like this. We do it in the most intimate moments of our lives and in the most mundane tasks that we share with each other. Wisdom and impartiality, I think, here references that it is a natural state of being. The human experience, the human life experience, is to not have others' lived experience. You only get yours. You get your life. And I think that's an optimistic, exciting thing to be able to share, because the stars and the earth, their impartiality regarding individuals as insignificant, we have something different. We have the ability to see the value of each human life, to look around and recognize that each person is living their own life, which we can only truly guess at what that is. Even the most close people to us in our lives, our spouses, our children, our parents, our grandparents, our best friends, our members of our community, those who are like us and unlike us, each have their own life. Treating them like they have value is a powerful mechanism for peace. The scope of reality is massive. And staying away from being like the gossip who spews out words till they're empty is something worth keeping in mind. the source. The spirit of the perennial spring is said to be immortal. She is called the mysterious one. The mysterious one is the source of the universe. She is continuously, endlessly giving forth life without effort. There are some things that we just can't know. There's aspects of a reality that are unknown. And that's not a matter of a development in science or a sudden realization through religion or any other kind of even personal introspection in which we can come to terms and have a full understanding. And this is fascinating to me. At some points, this book reads like an instruction manual for governance, and in other moments as meditation suggestions, or in this case, simply points to the fact that it's imperfect. And far from being a criticism, I think that's a really important recognition. It's something that a moral system requires. Any system that claims to have all of the answers, any person who claims to have all of the answers is likely lying, or has certainly inflated their own abilities and maybe overestimating what they are actually able to deliver on. And baked into that feature is a kernel of knowledge that can be applied elsewhere. In that we look for systems to make our life easier, we look for ways to interact that make our life easier, and a moral feature of the systems that make sense, that are consistent with reality, that are consistent with the human experience, are those that recognize and accommodate for a lack of perfection, at least in knowledge, but also a lack of perfection in many other ways, which I won't get into in 5 minutes here. That is a moral feature that the Tao Te Ching and Taoism seems to share with capitalism. In that capitalism doesn't claim to say, hey, I have this figured out. I believe I truly know what is best for you, and I'm going to prescribe it. In fact, I'm going to force it upon you. Capitalism doesn't do that. It says, as a basic principle, you have the right to make choices for yourself because you are unique, because you are valuable, because you are one of a kind, and you are an element of the mysterious one. You are part of this universe which is unknown. And we're constantly running up against the unknown. There are so many things that we do not know, and yet we still have to make choices. This is something that comes up, of course, in the Tao Te Ching through these more loose examinations, but it also shows up in economics frequently. Specifically, the thought that came to mind here was Thomas Sowell, as he talks about this and the importance of visions. Social visions, he says, are important in a number of ways. The most obvious is that policies based on a certain vision of the world have consequences that spread through society and reverberate across the years or even across generations or centuries. Visions set the agenda for both thought and action. They fill in necessarily large gaps in individual knowledge. Thus, for example, an individual may act in one way in some area in which he has great knowledge, but just the opposite way elsewhere where he is relying on a vision he has never tested empirically. And as I'm running out of time, I'll cut this quote off a little bit to point out that in a world of finite time and finite resources, it is not possible for human beings to be experts in all spaces. The same way that we can't give love and kindness and compassion to all people. There simply are not enough hours in the day. When we talk about capitalism, when we talk about this foundation of value, what's being pointed out is that it requires a choice to find what is valuable to you and have the liberty to pursue it freely. Humility. The universe is eternal and earth is lasting. The reason the universe and earth are eternal and lasting is that they do not exist for themselves. That is why they endure. The wise humble themselves, and because of their humility, they are worthy of praise. They put others first and so become great. They are not focused on outcomes or achievements, therefore, they always succeed. On its face, this seems like a weird thing for a capitalist to be talking about or relating to. The idea of not putting oneself first. It's such a common trope, right? That we hear about capitalism strictly being this rugged individualism in which there's a refusal to ask for help. There is this vision of someone living in the woods by themselves, perhaps with a beard and an axe and rather gruff around the edges, right? Ron Swanson has placed somewhat of a vision of what it means to have liberty-minded thought, to be a capitalist, to experience and love free markets. And yet, it's entirely one version of what it means to be a capitalist, to be alone, to be that rugged individualist. I think it's the case across the board that extreme examples tend to be those that turn into stereotypes because they are the most unique, the most interesting, the most eye-catching. They, if it bleeds, it leads. They're more likely to make it into headlines. However, what we see in capitalism in practice is that it is a connection between people. The interactions and the exchange of value is oftentimes putting other people first, acting on behalf of others. And this could be as remote as a coworker or a stranger on the street. It's fascinating to see instances where people give freely in charity. They give money, they give time, they give food, and it shouldn't be misunderstood that they're getting nothing in return. That's simply not the case. They're simply getting a different kind of value, whether that's, for some, social capital. They're enjoying their time with others, or that warm, fuzzy feeling. That is something that is incredibly important. To feel like you did something good for others is actually an exchange of value. And it's curious when there are barriers put up to that. Those are anti-capitalist moves to, for example, prevent someone from giving food to the homeless, providing shelter. And yet when we look at the most egregious examples of mistreatment of vulnerable people, it's done under the color of the law. This isn't a statement on America. It's a statement on the way that governments act. The things that have value, that are consensual, shouldn't have limits. It's worth asking the question of, what does it mean to be held accountable? What does it mean for there to be justice, for justice to be had in different kinds of systems? What does it mean to be great at accountability? The wise humble themselves, and because of their humility, they're worthy of praise. They put others first and so become great. What does it mean to put others first and be great at accountability, to be great at justice, to be great at humility, to be great at living for yourself and others? Not to just know it, but to truly live it, to experience it, to be it. To know and not to do is not to know. In both capitalism and Taoism, greatness in service of others means giving them the space to discover what they value, and also to go forth and live, to pursue that life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, whatever value they find to be true. goodness. True goodness is like water. It nurtures everything and harms nothing. Like water, it ever seeks the lowest place, the place that all others avoid. This is the way of the Tao. For a dwelling, it chooses the quiet meadow. For a heart, the circling eddy. In generosity, it is kind. In speech, it is sincere. In power, it is order. In action, it is gentle. In movement, it is rhythm. Because true goodness is always peaceable, it soothes and refreshes. That is chapter 8 of the Tao Te Ching. Title of this, again, is Goodness. And this started out with a question for me. Like water, true goodness ever seeks the lowest place, the place that all others avoid. My understanding of Wu Wei, effortless flow, affirms this. Initially, my question was, why avoid the lowest place? And that might just betray the nature of the question itself, which is that there is so much involved in striving to reach higher places, to achieve something beyond the current station of where one is. But finding the quiet meadow, the circling eddy, it is a means of achieving freedom, to find kindness, sincerity, order, gentleness, rhythm, and not to understand them in concept, but to actually practice them in one's life. The words here always fall short. It's not possible to articulate goodness, generosity, a peaceful heart, but we can point to the negative space and in our own lived experience recognize those moments where we have experienced genuine peace, where we have experienced genuine kindness, sincerity, gentleness in our lives. It's uncomfortable to put into words, to have them out there, because it's personal. There's no examples that I could provide. Rather, there's no examples that I want to provide. And that makes it somewhat difficult to commercialize, to sell. It is, of course, easier to understand concepts when we're using examples, or to sell something tangible, to put it in someone's hands and say, this is what your life could be. But the very nature of the way, what the Tao Te Ching seems to be pointing to, is the lowest place. Harming nothing, effortless flow, simply going along. It's perhaps bizarre that this would be in the same area as capitalism. So often it's a phrase that means to push forward, to strive. And as I see it, that is one possible version. The true benefit of a system, a framework in which each person is free to pursue what makes them happy, what brings them satisfaction and fulfillment, is the vast differences that are possible there. Whether someone seeks a C-suite or a quiet meadow, there's room for that version of happiness. The biggest hurdle to starting down the road to getting where you want to be is calming the water enough to get clarity on what you value. Prudence. If you continue filling a pail after it's full, the water will be wasted. If you continue grinding an axe after it's sharp, the edge will wear away. Who can protect a house full of gold and jewels? Excessive fortune brings about its own misfortune. To win true merit, to earn a good reputation, you must be prudent. This is the way of the Tao. That's the 9th chapter of the Tao Te Ching. What does it mean to be a prudent capitalist? Prudence isn't a word that I was familiar with, certainly not one I use every day. It means caution in one sense, and another definition here is the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reason. Interestingly, this is very close to rational self-interest. Rational self-interest being the basis on which most capitalists would say you should make decisions. Make decisions that are in your best interest. Don't do things that are not in your best interest because they're going to cause you harm. They're going to cause you to lose value. Lived experience informs reason. It gives you tools to make better decisions, to govern and discipline yourself in a more effective way. There have been a couple times that I've heard capitalism being equated with greed, with excess, with too much, with the constant and just unstoppable pursuit of having stuff. And that's simply the wrong ism. That's materialism. It's consumerism. Oftentimes the means to get there is cronyism, all of which can involve a lack of self-control, a lack of discipline. In some of those situations, cronyism, for example, there are actually very clear violations of the capitalist bedrock, the cornerstone of consent and value for humans. A prudent capitalist is simply one who acknowledges that there is a reason to simplify, that in our limited scope of ability as humans, we're actually more likely to get what we want and what we need to also demonstrate and live some of these incredible qualities of true merit, of having a good reputation, of being a part of your community, of interacting with others in service to those that you love, and also to ensure that you are living the best quality of life possible, is to exercise self-control, to exercise discipline, to have prudence. Part of what this I'm learning in this very quickly is drawing attention to the lack of clarity that capitalists often have in their mission. And I think that that's a natural state, because within the bounds of capitalism and capitalist behavior, there's an incredible diversity of what we value. There's no single thing where a capitalist can get together and say, hey, we're all working on X issue, or we all want our life to be improved in a specific way. It's a massively diverse, unique group of individuals who come together and share the belief in respecting the consent of other human beings. There's more discussion there about perhaps the why, whether that's a belief in human value because of God or just scarcity. Each human being one of a kind, scarcity may have some relation to value and the basis for consent. I'm hoping that there's more in the Tao Te Ching and perhaps in other books that might be useful for this conversation. Lead without force. By patience, you can discipline your desires. By self-control, you can develop strong character. By practicing gentleness, you can become as a little child. By purifying the subconscious, you may become perfect. Because wise rulers love the people, they lead without force. In measuring out rewards, wise rulers act like mother birds. While seeing into every corner, they are unobtrusive. While protecting the people, they do not control them. They are motherly and fatherly, but not domineering. They persuade with words, not weapons. This is their crowning virtue. That's chapter 10 of the Tao Te Ching. I'm also going to start including the titles of these. There's 81 chapters, so we're more than 10% of the way through. And the first thing that jumped out to me here is the idea of purifying the subconscious to become perfect. And that's fascinating to me because, to my knowledge, there are no perfect people. And maybe this is just more wordplay or the translation, but purification of the subconscious then is also an imperfect process. It's a lifelong journey. There are also a number of words in here which have drastically different meanings to different people. What does it mean to be motherly and fatherly? Certainly doesn't mean the same thing to all people. Protection doesn't mean the same thing. Rewards doesn't mean the same thing. Unobtrusiveness doesn't mean the same thing. What this points to is the question, what are your goals? And how are you going to get them? Purifying the subconscious, Taoists recommend meditation, reducing distractions. The answers come from within about how to live a good life. It's interesting that this book generally really does read like a leadership manual in many ways. It gets very specific. Don't be obtrusive. Don't control people. Don't be domineering. Persuade with words, not weapons. This is the crowning virtue. This is the highest calling of leadership. Properly done, leadership leads without using force, without violating consent. There's so much to unpack in this one chapter, this one simple page. I'm going to put aside all of the pieces about self-improvement here. That is the work that this book calls each of us to do, and also doesn't require that we do. It actually practices the very thing that it speaks about, in that Lao Tzu, being a leader, says, have you considered that this might lead to greater value in your life? I'm not going to do a damn thing to force you into it. I'm not going to create a law. I'm not going to create a regulation. I'm not going to incentivize it or disincentivize it. I'm not going to create a fee or a structure that makes you do something. I'm going to point it out, and I'm going to let you have the lived experience. Rather, it's not even about letting. It's simply about not interfering. It's the non-action principle is what makes leadership excellent. That's frustrating when we look at the way that leadership is currently being undertaken. Not just in terms of leaders doing the wrong things, leaders being obtrusive, being controlling, being domineering, using weapons rather than words. It's worth asking where we went wrong from the idea that every single person without exception has certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, to where we are now. The crossover between Taoism and the United States structure of government is that anything beyond the idea itself, trying to put these things into law, is never going to work. Immateriality. A wheel may have 30 spokes, but its usefulness lies in the empty hub. A jar is formed from clay, but its usefulness lies in the empty center. A room is made from 4 walls, but its usefulness lies in the space between. Matter is necessary to give form, but the value of reality lies in its immateriality. Everything that lives has a physical body, but the value of life is measured by the soul. That is chapter 11 of the Tao Te Ching. The idea of negative space is the theme here. And the first question that arose for me is, why not believe in the value of human life? And I'd be curious to hear arguments, if any exist, against every individual human life having value. For those who believe that human life has value, does the why actually matter? These are ancillary questions. I think in a discussion about governance, first and foremost, I do not consent to, and I don't think anyone should be forced to obey governance from anyone who doesn't believe every person has value. Why would I allow someone who doesn't believe that me or potentially my children, my spouse, those that I love, those that I care about, members of my community, members of my state, members of my country, why would I believe, quite frankly, anyone in the world? Why would I accept a leader who doesn't believe that human life has value? It certainly is not going to lead to better decisions. More importantly, I guess, if we can agree that human life has value, that a human being has certain inalienable rights, among which truly are any number of things. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is one way to say it, but there is no list. It's impossible to make a list. There's far too much diversity for such a thing. However, I guess if we can agree that human life has value, it does follow that our laws, our governance, our interactions should be mindful of that reality. The difficulty that we run into, the difficulty anytime we try to explain or identify or articulate the specifics of human value and the lived experience, the difficulty is in pointing to something immaterial as evidence to inspire action. Seek the spirit. Too much light blinds the eye. Too much noise deafens the ear. Too many spices dull the taste. Too much exercise weakens the body. The pursuit of great riches leads to ruin. The wise attend to the inner truth of things and are not fooled by outward appearances. They ignore matter and seek the spirit. That is chapter 12 of the Tao Te Ching. Jumping right in, ignoring matter and seeking the spirit is something that can't be done for anyone else. It's something that requires individual effort. And I guess this is the precursor here is the assumption that a human being would like to have wisdom, because wisdom is a way to live a better life. Wisdom to know which decision to make, which decision not to make, knowing about which results are most desirable is a product of having wisdom. Making better decisions leads to better outcomes. This chapter makes some very specific recommendations about not trying to be too much, not trying to be all things to all people, not trying to overextend ourselves. Too much of a good thing even too much of a great thing is going to have negative impacts. Finding balance in our life is really important. Ignoring matter, seeking the spirit, weirdly made me think of a quote from Ayn Rand, which says, "I want to stress that our primary interest is not politics or economics as such, but man's nature and man's relationship to existence." That's from the beginning of her book called Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. Ayn Rand, I do not believe, had any particular soft spot for Taoism, but it can certainly be true just from this quote and the other, 300 and some odd pages, 400 some odd pages of just this one book that she wrote, is that she is, and the moral defense of capitalism is attending to the inner truth of things rather than the outward appearance. It's based on the spirit that each and every single human being has value. More importantly, or rather equally importantly, maybe I won't even assign a value to it, it does point to the idea that each person ought to have the ability to pursue wisdom, to pursue a better life, to find the proper balance that brings them health and happiness and fulfillment, leads to a meaningful existence without barriers imposed by other people. What should be done when you discover that there are barriers to seeking wisdom, barriers to seeking a better life? These kind of barriers and intrusions to seeking what we value certainly exist. And to quote Thomas Paine here, he says, "Men of passive tempers look somewhat lightly over the offenses, and, still hoping for the best, are apt to call out, 'Come, come, we shall be friends again for all of this.' But examine the passions and feelings of mankind, bringing the doctrine of reconciliation to the touchstone of nature, and tell me whether you can hereafter love, honor, and faithfully serve the power that hath carried fire and sword into your land." The question of what we do when we're faced with intrusions is a difficult one. We're so uniquely situated in this time where we're more connected than ever, where we can put together videos and audio and talk to each other in real time across the world. And while sidestepping the question of whether or not we're using the technology available to us in a valuable way, what I'll point out is that regardless of where we are right now, the opportunity to define better for ourselves is absolutely at hand. There's an incredible opportunity here to seek the spirit, to understand the truth of things, and not be fooled by outward appearances. Avoid extremes. Flattery and disgrace are both to be feared, just as overeating and starvation are both harmful to the body. Flattery is fattening to the spirit, disgrace is emaciating. Over-concern is just as harmful as disregard. Treat yourself well, but don't pamper yourself excessively. If leaders treat people in the same way, neither too soft nor too hard, they are worthy to be trusted with authority. That's chapter 13 of the Tao Te Ching, and this chapter gave me reason to pull out a number of books from the shelf. Thoreau's Civil Disobedience, the Federalist Papers, a book of parallel sayings comparing the messaging of Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, and Lao Tzu, Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, some Alan Watts texts, Edward Hayes, and also Common Sense by Thomas Paine. And what we can see from all of these great thinkers from drastically different backgrounds whose wisdom spans incredibly diverse worldviews is the same thing we see in this chapter of the Tao Te Ching. Seek balance, everything in moderation. In leadership specifically, The measured application of power comes with a responsibility to find balance, to avoid these extremes. And we can choose awareness of ourselves. We can seek greater presence and understanding. The previous chapter talked about seeking inner truth rather than focusing on outward experience. And it's fascinating that despite having no knowledge of the Tao Te Ching, Jefferson writes essentially the same guidance as Lao Tzu did 2,500 years prior, I guess a little less, in 1776, when he writes, quote, "Whenever any form of government becomes destructive," end quote, "of the ends of inalienable human rights, the people, that is, each person, has the natural right to alter or abolish it, to remove their consent and say, no, I don't want to be part of this club. It's not serving my interests." What Jefferson is saying is that in the foundation of America, there is baked in a right to governance that does not interfere with each person finding balance. And he agrees with Lao Tzu that leadership should treat their followers neither too hard nor too soft. Not too hard in limiting free choice, as the Declaration states, and also not too soft in failing to interfere when consent is violated. Jefferson went on and got very specific in the Declaration to explain how Parliament and the British monarchy was over-concerned with the affairs of a free people, were pampering themselves at the expense of those same people, and therefore could no longer be trusted with authority. Fast forward to today, and we see that the frustrations that comes with, one-size-fits-all policies delivered from Congress or from legislatures, we see violations of human consent. And it's clear that consent isn't high on the priority list in law. In fact, violations of consent are often given cover under the law to occur. Opening another quote, "On you depends the future of humanity. You are to decide the important question on which rests the happiness and liberty of millions yet unborn." This was written and spoken by Dr. Joseph Warren in March of 1775, but it applies just as easily today. We each have the ability to know what we value and to choose to pursue it. Each and every single person has value, has certain inalienable rights, and we are each parents to the next generation, regardless of whether you have biological children yourself. We have a choice about governance, about what we accept in social interactions. The way that we have a society, the way that we have a government, a culture, a community, a family. Are we doing this in such a way where we are avoiding the extremes? Are we doing this in such a way that allows for future generations to seek the spirit, to live the life they value? Does our current system allow for and accommodate for the natural existence of change? It doesn't. Law is rigid. Jefferson knew this and argues in a letter to James Madison, even the Constitution should expire every 19 years to make sure each new generation wasn't stuck with the mistakes of previous generations. To allow knowledge, perhaps like wisdom from the Tao Te Ching, translated into English in 1868, to be integrated. This opportunity still exists to seek the spirit, to find value, all without violating the consent of others. The mysterious Tao. It is unseen because it is colorless. It is unheard because it is silent. If you try to grasp it, it will elude you because it has no form. Because of its diverse qualities, it cannot be summarized, yet it comprises an essential unity. On the surface, it appears incomprehensible, but in the depths, it reveals itself. It has been nameless forever. It appears, then disappears. It is the form of the formless, the image of the imageless. Its face cannot be seen in front, nor its back from behind. No one knows where it came from or where it is going. Yet by holding fast to the ancient Tao, the wise may grasp the present because they understand the past. This is a clue to the Tao. That is chapter 14 of the Tao Te Ching. This is a book that has been translated more than almost any other book in human history. more than 250 times according to official records, but many, many more according to some scholars, both based on the age of the book and the various nuances. It's not quite a clean translation. There's also a degree of interpretation. To a certain extent, that's what conversations like this are as well. Just a look at how a book impacts in your life. In the 3 different copies that I have in front of me of the Tao Te Ching, one is called The Mysterious Tao. This is the chapter title. Another is called The Unknowable. And in a third book, it's called Knowing What is Happening. Across these 3 translations, it points out that there is qualities of this experience, of this thing that is called the Tao, that is best understood in the present. Yet by holding fast to the ancient Tao, the wise may grasp the present because they understand the past. If you grasp the ancient ways to deal with what's here today, you can know their ancient origins. Also, stay in the present. The present is more available than either memories of the past or fantasies of the future, so attend to what is happening now. That is, in each of the 3 different versions, that's how that same stanza, shall we say, is portrayed. What that's pointing to is the fact that right now, even as you listen to this, your life is unfolding. You're having a lived experience. What do you want your lived experience to be? Is it listening to me? Is it listening to someone else's version of what the world is? Going back to the very beginning of this book, an idea that can be expressed in words is not the infinite idea. The Tao that can be understood is not the eternal cosmic Tao. So to listen to me or to listen to anyone else about what life should be, what life ought to be, what life could be, is an exercise in futility. However, even when looking inward, you're not going to be able to get a rational understanding of lived experience. So in this text, what it's really pointing to is, hey, let's acknowledge that this is a very difficult part of the human condition. We can now have a written record now going back thousands of years that shows, hey, human beings have always been dealing with this. We've always had this hurdle to overcome. And the advice that's given is grasp the present. Understand that this is a condition of your reality and get busy living. There's something so exciting about living your life as you. You obviously can't be anyone else. No one else has the opportunity to be you. And in all of human history, all of the human future, and also in the human present, there is no one else who will ever have your lived experience. Scarcity and value go hand in hand. And instead of noodling over some of these difficult, unknowable things, there is a joy to be found in finding joy itself. Recognizing this, and to a certain extent, it's a cosmic joke. There's a little bit of laughter that has to come along with this, recognizing that things are unknowable. Things are imperfect, but that's what it is. Get busy living. Find the things that bring value. Let go of everything else. Ancient masters. In ancient times, the masters were subtle, spiritual, profound, and wise. Their thoughts could not be easily understood. They were cautious as men wading across a river. They were alert as soldiers in wartime. They were reserved as guests in another's home. They were elusive as ice at the point of melting. They were lowly as a valley between mountains. They were obscure as muddy waters. Since they were difficult to understand, I will try to make their thoughts clear. To clarify muddy waters, you must hold them still and let things settle. To glimpse the secret of the Tao, you must keep still and quiet your mind. Another version of that last stanza. While muddy, who can gradually become clean with calmness? While tranquil, who can gradually come to life with relentless activity? Whoever secures this way doesn't desire filling. What arises from a quiet mind is an element of the self. Awareness of this empowers our ability to choose. As imperfect humans, and all humans are imperfect, I have yet to meet a perfect human, we don't always like what we find there. There's a lot going on. Giving up desire is most easily attainable by removing distraction and limiting systematically sanctioned violations of consent. The leaders, teachers, they practiced meditation. Meditation made them good at seeing how things happen. Meditation grounded them in the infinite. That is why they sometimes appeared deep, sometimes even great. Their leadership did not rest on techniques or theatrics, but on silence and their ability to pay attention. They were considerate. They did no injury. We can embody this with respect for consent of each person. No eternity. Seek an open mind, the ideal of vacuity. Seek composure, the essence of tranquility. All things are in process, rising and returning. Plants blossom for a season, then return to the root. In returning to the root, we find tranquility. This leads to our destiny, which is eternity. To know eternity is enlightenment. To ignore eternity is to invite calamity. Knowing eternity means seeing the big picture. Seeing the big picture is broad-minded. Breadth of vision brings nobility. Nobility is close to divinity. The Tao is divine. The Tao is eternal. Death is not to be feared. That is chapter 16 of the Tao Te Ching, and it brings with it a sobering reminder that someday you're going to die. Our time is finite, every single one of us. This is another reality of the human condition. We are rising and we are returning. We are coming from somewhere that is unknown before birth. We don't know what our face looked like before our parents were born. And similarly, we have no idea what we look like after we're gone. But it is our destiny. We are headed in that direction. And to ignore that, this book says, is to invite calamity. The calamity that could be caused, the disaster that could happen isn't necessarily to you. I'm particularly concerned with, and by concerned I don't mean worried, I mean focused on, what these lessons offer us intergenerationally. Not how can the Tao Te Ching make life better in the next 10 minutes, 10 months, or even 10 years, but what does this look like for our children and for our children's children? And whether you personally have kids or not, we are each parents to the next generation. We contribute to the next generation in some way. Knowing eternity means seeing the big picture, but there are limits as finite beings on how much of the big picture we can see. Knowing eternity is something we are all going to do, but by the time we get there, it's very unlikely we're going to be able to do much to come back from that void and make a difference. No one's done it so far. There is this one guy, but we don't really know where that stands right now, right? I'm not going to confuse the religious history with the lesson itself. What do we do with this situation? Where we have a calling to know eternity, to see the big picture, but the state of actually attaining that means that we can no longer bring it back from our journey and share it with anyone else. There are a few recommendations right in the first stanza of this passage. Seek an open mind. Every single person is different. We have different priorities, we have different values, we have different things that bring about health, happiness, satisfaction, a better life. How we define that is the work of a lifetime. It's something that each of us are going through. Seeking an open mind as a pathway to improve life for us and for future generations means accepting those differences. And there's only one system, social system, economic system, that allows for those differences to exist, for the seeking of an open mind to happen. And that's capitalism. Capitalism is the free exchange of value among consenting people, where the proper role of government is to protect that human right of consent. As we each go about the process of rising and returning, change is a constant. The challenges that we face today are different than the challenges that will be faced 100 years from now and 1,000 years from now by humanity. The most flexible system that can adapt to change, that is consistent with the realities we face, is the one that we should adopt. Invisible leaders. If a leader lacks faith, so will the people. Unworthy leaders are despised. Common leaders are feared. Good leaders win affection and praise. But when great leaders lead, the people are hardly aware of their existence. How carefully wise leaders choose their words. How simple are their actions. Under such a government, the people think they are ruling themselves. Here in chapter 17 of the Tao Te Ching, we are able to get specific. This is different radically than the previous chapters. Know eternity, the mysterious Tao, seek the spirit, right, are 3 of the 5 most recent chapters before this. And here, we get very specific guidance on what good governance looks like in a Taoist system. And it's remarkably like capitalism, considering that those who invented capitalism and took Enlightenment thought, created America, had no access to this text. I said this very early on, but this text was not available in French until 1864 and available in English in 1868. This is well after these ideas of human value, the inalienable rights of each human being, and the structure of government known as a republic, if we can keep it. To throw in a little line there from Franklin, was created. In another version of the Tao Te Ching, this is John Hyder's version titled The Tao of Leadership. Chapter 17, instead of being titled Invisible Leaders, is titled Being a Midwife, and opens, "The wise leader does not intervene unnecessarily. The group runs itself. Lesser leaders do a lot, say a lot, have followers, and form cults. Even worse ones use fear to energize the group and force to overcome resistance. Only the most dreadful leaders have bad reputations." Imagine that you are a midwife. You are assisting at someone else's birth. Do good without show or fuss. Facilitate what is happening rather than what you think ought to be happening. If you must take the lead, lead so that the mother is helped, yet still free and in charge. When the baby is born, the mother will rightly say, "We did it ourselves." Here's where this gets interesting, putting this into an audio, or even writing it on a piece of paper in the first place, as John and as Lao Tzu and as all these different translations have done. It's the idea of, as soon as you start talking about it, you recognize that it's something that each person should understand, has the ability to understand, but to talk about it can, in some ways, make it cheaper. And in a discussion of value, in discovering what makes your life valuable, all that we can really do is point to the negative space. The act of facilitating another person's process is just saying, hey, have you considered that your life has value? And that you, as a valuable person, have certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Have you thought about that? We can't force you to experience your life to the fullest, to live happily. However, we can get out of the way and give you space to do so, with the only real guardrail being the violation of other people's consent. We don't have to imagine that we are midwives. We are midwives. Every time we interact with another person, we are assisting in their birth, as they are assisting in our birth. We are in a reality in which change is a constant. We are being born again in each new moment. It's one of the reasons that we see in each of these texts, among many, many others, the importance of presence in the present moment. Presence in the present moment. This is one of the reasons why something like a constitution or a codification of laws starts to fall apart if it doesn't directly follow the core idea of human value. This is something each of us have the ability to recognize in our own lives. We are being born anew in every moment. What choice do you want to make given that reality? Hypocrisy. The great Tao is ignored, yet we speak of goodness and righteousness. Relatives are unfriendly, yet we talk of familial love and respect. The state and the family are in confusion and chaos, yet we praise ourselves for loyalty and faithfulness. This is great hypocrisy. Chapter 18 of the Tao Te Ching is very short. And this is one of those passages that seems intended to put the reader on their back foot. As soon as we start feeling good about knowing eternity and invisible leaders, the mysterious Tao, these ancient masters, a chapter like this comes along and says, pay attention. Are we actually delivering on what we want to see achieved in our world? We're talking about goodness and righteousness, love and respect, loyalty and faithfulness, but are we actually bringing them into the world? And these problems that are pointed out in this chapter are the same problems that we're seeing today, despite being written thousands of years apart. Now, that could be viewed in some ways as saying, well, we should throw up our hands and simply admit that this is perhaps just the status of being human, that we are imperfect, we're never going to achieve the greatness that we aspire to, and, well, we might as well have a good time along the way, right? Not so fast, at least according to this chapter, which lays out in the first sentence, this is what's happening when the Tao is ignored. Curiously, I'm going to point to the opening passage in Zhuangzi, which is the second of the three major texts of Taoism, which reads, "You catch fish with a trap. You get the fish and forget the trap. You catch hares with a snare. You get the hare and forget the snare. You catch ideas from words. You get the idea and forget the words. Where do I meet someone who has forgotten the words so we can have a talk?" Does the law have grace, or is it hypocritical? What loyalty is owed a hypocritical state? By state here, I do mean an organization of governance. I think it's natural to recognize that the state is flawed. Not just because there is certainly enough praise about loyalty and faithfulness that is occurring in a state of confusion and chaos, but because the nature of lived experience, the nature of truly living one's life is not something that can be put in words. Yet that is the nature of the law, a codification of proper behaviors and agreements for how to interact. And while there is a space for it, it shouldn't be confused with the thing itself. That sentiment was expressed by Aldous Huxley in his book Doors to Perception, which I'd highly recommend. And it brings to mind another quote, Aldous Huxley speaking about liberty, freedom. And he says, "To those who think that liberty is a good thing, and that it may someday be possible for people to live in a society fit for free, fully human individuals, a thorough education in the nature of language, its uses and abuses, seems indispensable." And that is in many ways what Zhuangzi is speaking to here. Where can I meet someone who has forgotten the words so we can have a talk? In this chapter, hypocrisy, the great Tao, is ignored, yet we speak of goodness and righteousness. Relatives are unfriendly, yet we talk of familial love and respect. The state and the family are in confusion and chaos, yet we praise ourselves for loyalty and faithfulness. Loyalty and faithfulness, love and respect, goodness and righteousness can no more be put into law or language than can the idea of liberty. In governance, hypocrisy can be avoided by acknowledging that the law itself is a flawed expression of something that has incredible value. Human life, human experience, human expression, the things that we care about and are most meaningful to us truly cannot be put into words. A final quote from Zhuangzi, "Knowledge that stops when it does not know has reached what it could." False and true religion. Abandon the pretense of saintliness and asceticism, and the people will pursue virtue. Abandon ostentatious benevolence and conspicuous righteousness, then the people will return to the core virtues of love and respect. Abandon cleverness and greed, then thieves and robbers will disappear. Here are the four fundamentals of true spirituality. Recognize simplicity, cherish purity, reduce your possessions, diminish your desires. This is chapter 19 of the Tao Te Ching, and this chapter seems to balance right on the fence between two of the areas that this text focuses on broadly. One is the leadership manual aspect of what should a good leader be doing, and the other one is almost this self-improvement guide. If you want to live a good life, how do you go about defining what that actually means? Now, in the beginning, this is clearly talking about something that leadership can do. Abandon the pretense of saintliness and asceticism, and the people will pursue virtue. So this is someone in a leadership position who's doing this, and hey, here's the result downstream. Now, I think this is interesting to contextualize a little bit differently when we think about each person being the leader of their own life. Being in control of your own life allows you to have influence on the people around you. And we all do, whether it's intentional or not, whether or not we're seeking to change people's lives, whether it's the person we interact with at the grocery store, or, walking down the sidewalk, or if it's someone near and dear to our hearts, we have an impact. There's something to be said for dropping the pretense. Stop being ostentatious. Don't pretend to be righteous. Simply be yourself. Be kind. And the result of giving up these falsities, these masks, false roles that might be put on in one's life, the result is a greater virtue by those around you. It is love and respect coming out in greater quantities. Abandon cleverness and greed, and thieves and robbers will disappear. That one's a little bit tougher, I think, unless you are regularly associating with thieves and robbers. That being said, trying to be clever, trying to be greedy, that might put you in the company of those who might rob you, steal from you. 4 fundamentals of true spirituality. I don't think this matters necessarily whether this isn't spirituality can carry a lot of connotation depending on the religious tradition that you're talking about, or in some ways can also be dictatorial, saying you have to be this way, or there's some cosmic whether it's karma or hell or something else that might come and bite you. You might have some negative impacts as a result of your behavior. Taoism is not forceful. Recognize simplicity. Cherish purity. Reduce your possessions. Diminish your desires. These are ways to find joy and find happiness no matter where you are. A lot of the chapters in this book have talked about the various difficulties that come with wealth, that come with poverty, and pose to us the question of, regardless of where you're at in your life, what do you want to do with it? We have the choice whether or not to be angry, upset, or to find grace, to find peace, to find satisfaction where we are. Common people. If you would be at peace, beware of great knowledge. That which is not feared by the common people is probably not worth worrying about. There is a vast difference between book learning and true knowledge of the Tao. Common people are joyful. They celebrate feast days and hold festivals in springtime. Scholars scowl like babies that have not learned to smile. They look forlorn like homeless wanderers. Common people have plenty. Scholars are never satisfied. Common people are vibrant with common sense. Scholars seem dull and confused. Common people are useful. Scholars are useless. Knowledge of the Tao, how vast! I am like a sailor far from shore, adrift on a boundless ocean. Oh, how I long to be as a child, suckling milk from Mother Tao. That is chapter 20 of the Tao Te Ching. And this is right a smack in the face to anyone who's taking themselves too seriously throughout this process of exploring a book of what is certainly great knowledge passed down over thousands of years from person to person, retranslated, put into different languages. This is just a succinct reminder to say, hey, laugh a little. Enjoy what is actually going on. The book learning is very different than lived experience. Actually living your life matters. I don't think that I'll create any more swells or any more of this content after 81, at least not here, because it kind of defeats the point of going out and doing it. I mean, this is to a certain extent doing it, in that this exploration is necessary. But in the concept of Wu Wei, it's a Taoist principle, effortless flow, which is to go along with what's happening, not to overanalyze it, not to get stuck in it, not to become something other than yourself. Being like a child is something that shows up in Zen Buddhism and by proxy, I suppose, down the chain of philosophical lineage into many different places, but they are all very much connected. This is, in my mind, probably one of the strongest arguments for a consent-based interaction society, where the proper role of government is to protect, or rather interfere, only when consent has been violated. It's because the vast majority of people don't want to sit at a desk or be wrapped up in thoughts about the grandiosity of the universe or the nature of life. People want their feast days, their festivals in springtime, and they want to smile. They want to be happy. They want to have exactly what they have and find satisfaction in that. That is, by many definitions, the measure of a good life. A government that allows, or rather does not interfere. Even now, I get tied up in the language of what is commonly referred to as governance, or the way that we operate right now. To prevent is to even move a step further. The proper role of a government is to deal with situations after they arise, not to try to prevent or dictate or define every instance of happiness, joy, satisfaction, fulfillment, because each person is valuable and holds within themselves the ability to know what they value, what brings them health, happiness, and satisfaction. The proper role of any external parties, which even in governance are all other human beings, there's no way that a representative, a president, a parliament, a government, a king could know the hearts, minds, will of each individual person. And as a result, they're going to be greater flawed than someone knowing their own selves. Knowledge of the Tao, how vast. I am like a sailor far from shore, adrift on a boundless ocean. How exciting. What an adventure that your life is, that life can be, that having lived experience can bring. The heart of the Tao. All the many forms of virtue flow from the Tao, but the nature of the Tao is infinitely elusive. Elusive indeed, but at its heart is all being. Unfathomable indeed, but at its heart is all spirit, and spirit is reality. At its heart is truth. The Tao is eternal and unceasing. It is present at all beginnings. How do I know this? By the same Tao. This is chapter 21 of the Tao Te Ching, and it poses something that is frustrating any time that we attempt to challenge processes like this through logic. When we look at debate, when we look at structure, and when we look at disagreement with each other, anytime that someone says, well, I know I'm smart because I think I'm smart. I know this is right because I believe it to be true. There's a healthy level of skepticism that should go into challenging whatever that belief is. And it's intentionally left undefined in this case because it applies to everything. I think this is a little tongue-in-cheek. The heart of the Tao is known by itself. It is inherent. It's circular. Waving my arm in a circle right now, it goes back upon itself, which is especially frustrating when you can't point to what the thing is that it is referencing. So not only is it self-referential, it's also undefinable by its own definition. Super irritating. However, we have the opportunity to take it at face value. So let's look at the words themselves. In the first stanza, it says, by the nature of the Tao, it is infinitely elusive. It can't be communicated. It's not a lived experience. It is lived experience. And that's confirmed in the following statement. Elusive indeed, but at its heart, it is all being. It is everything. In Buddhism, it's said that when the Buddha was challenged, to go briefly into this, the Buddha went off by himself and attained enlightenment. And when he went back to the people who he had previously been practicing with, seeking enlightenment, they challenged him and they said, how do you know that you have attained enlightenment? And he touched the ground and said, by this. And it was, in the story at least, everyone there immediately became enlightened. It was such this incredible phrase that he was able to illustrate. But really what it's getting at is the idea of human value doesn't need some external mechanism to confirm it. There are many different ways, and I know throughout this process I've spoken several times about human value being incredibly important, being the basis for, in many ways, a justification for capitalist life, for living in such a way that respects each individual's consent. It's important because human beings have value. We don't want to violate their consent, because to do so would be to make a human being lesser than oneself. It's to cast someone into literally a lower caste, to treat them as less of a human being. What this seems to point at, both in Taoism and Buddhism and in the founding of America and in the founding and creation of capitalism as a means of exchange, is that it doesn't necessarily matter the why. If you choose to believe in God, if you choose to believe that people themselves are exceptional, if you tend to believe scarcity is an important measure of this, right? Each human being is one of a kind, and if there's any relationship between scarcity and value, which there does seem to be, human beings have value. There are so many ways to come at it, and to a certain extent, it's a means of sidestepping the question. Rather, it recognizes there are so many ways to come at this. And to a certain extent, it doesn't matter which direction we come at this central truth of existence from. What we get to be concerned with is assuming that people have value and that there are differences between us. What system is going to allow us to best get along with peace, with love, and with an eye toward a better future? Redemption. At that time, the broken will be made perfect. The bent will be made straight. The empty will be filled. The worn out will be renewed. Those having little will obtain much, and those having much will be overcome. The wise, embracing unity, will become the world's model. Not striving, they will become enlightened. Not asserting themselves, they will become distinguished. Not boasting, they will be praised. Not building themselves up, they will endure. As much as they embrace the world will embrace them. Is the old saying, the broken shall be restored, a false hope? No. All will be restored and return rejoicing. This is chapter 22 of the Tao Te Ching. Again, the title is Redemption. And this passage starts with saying, at that time, the broken will be made perfect. And that leaves us with this very open-ended question of what time exactly are we talking about? Is this some far distant future where things are going to get better? Did it already happen? This is a book written thousands of years ago. Has this moment already passed? And we simply missed it. We're living in the aftermath of perfection, where things are perhaps on a different swing, a different arc of how this universe is unfolding. In many other religious texts, it talks about the arrival of perfection. And in many cases, especially in Christianity is what I'm thinking of, it talks about the meek inheriting the earth and there being a great balancing. What's unique about Taoism, and something that's also present in capitalism expressed through value, is the growth of everyone. The rising of the tide lifting all ships. Those having much are not going to be cast aside. They're going to be overcome with how much they have in this perfection. This chapter is, again, titled Redemption. And I think that's important because what I would posit out of this is that this isn't pointing towards some hypothetical future or a specific moment in time. This is pointing to the idea of redemption in our own lives, redeeming what we have gone through, the struggles that each and every person has in their life. No one is perfect. No one has a perfect life. Redemption from wherever we come from to where we are right now. And the idea that becoming perfect is really a indefinable quality. The bent being made straight, straight isn't always better, certainly isn't perfect. If I need a fishing pole, then it needs to have flexibility. It needs to be able to bend. The empty will be filled. I'll tell you, if I buy a 5-gallon bucket that's filled with cement, that's not particularly useful to me when I need to use a 5-gallon bucket for other things. The definition of what perfection is intimately tied to value. What the Tao Te Ching talks about is the role of the wise. Again, keep in mind this book is in some ways a leadership manual. It's an attempt to write down different traits that might be useful for people who are given the responsibility of leading others. The wise embracing unity will become the world's model. In chapter 2, we talked about opposites and each opposite revealing the other. Unity is understanding those differences. And as it says here, embracing them. Not striving to reach redemption, but realizing it is already at hand if we allow it to be in our own lives. Peace. Peace is meant to be our natural state. A whirlwind never outlasts the morning, nor a violent rain the day. Just as earth and sky return to peace, so should we. Those who act with violence become violent. Those who act with virtue become virtuous. Those who act in the spirit of the Tao become Tao-like. Those who follow the Tao will guide. They who pursue virtue, virtue will reward. They who live by violence, violence will soon destroy. This chapter 23 of the Tao Te Ching, titled Peace, starts out with an incredible kindness. Peace is meant to be our natural state. Have you considered how brief violence is in the natural world? And it moves on very quickly to being a word of warning about using violence instead of peace as a means to attain peace itself. In a world of vast differences between each and every single human being, I mean that even those who we are most close to, our friends, our family, our spouses, our children, those who bring love and joy into our lives, even those people are different from us. And from that naturally arises disagreements. I don't think that it's a stretch to say that most people have disagreements with their parents at some point, that their children are not perfect models of peace in every moment of their life. And those who act with violence become violent, as this book says, but we have the ability to choose a different way when faced with violence. Knowing that imperfection is going to arise, we have a choice about how we're going to deal with this. As part of my purpose in doing this is to examine the connection between the Tao Te Ching and these ancient texts and what arose independently in the founding of America and the creation of capitalism, in the threads of enlightenment that came out of Europe, is to point out instances where these lessons could have also perhaps been better taken. I think one of the things that people get wrapped up in when they talk about the founding of a country, especially if they love a country, if they really believe that this is the best way to do it, is they are hesitant to consider that things could be done better. When we look at the Declaration of Independence and we see Jefferson's words say that these colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, absolved from an allegiance to the British Crown, all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved. Goes on to say, with a firm reliance on protection of the divine, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, fortunes, and sacred honors. This was a declaration of the natural state of humanity, and upon being delivered, offered a choice to those who had violated consent. And by this I do specifically mean that there was a parliament that had been dissolved, brought back in, there was a king, there was a monarchy that had a choice faced with this piece of paper delivered, making a very clear statement about what the naturally occurring rights of each and every human being are. There was a choice to pick up and select peace. Faced with separation, faced with independence, faced with not getting along, having disagreements, the removal of consent, saying no to someone else's version of happiness, there's always a peaceful option. The Tao Te Ching has specific guidance for kings and queens, and we're each kings and queens, rulers of our own lives. The Tao Te Ching says, quote, lead without force. Do not control the people, from chapter 10. When great leaders lead, the people are hardly aware of their leadership, chapter 17. Act with virtue, the Tao Te Ching says. As this series will explore further, in each passing moment of lived experience, there is more value in peaceful, consensual love, peace being our natural state, than in the action of violence. Self-assertion. It is unnatural to walk on tiptoe. Try to elevate yourself above others, and you will soon fall. Those who display themselves do not shine. Those who inflate themselves do not grow. Those who assert themselves do not gain merit. The relation of these things, self-display, self-inflation, and self-assertion, to the Tao is the same as fat, to lean meat. They are unhealthy excesses, fit to be trimmed off and discarded. The Tao is not in them. Value doesn't always mean more. Part of this discussion is the importance of anonymity. Standing in front of a classroom, people know who you are. There's a certain dynamic that establishes one person and their view is the correct way to learn a particular topic. This, however, isn't an invitation to know me. This is an invitation to ask the question of yourself. What do you value? Getting the most value is misunderstood by those who consider capitalism only in terms of money or the exchange of goods. Free markets are for all kinds of value and happen to include money and the exchange of goods. What we exchange in our daily lives is so much more than that. We value love, we value friendship, we value kindness, we value health. These are all things that we are free to pursue as a natural state of being human. Self-assertion in the Tao Te Ching makes a cautionary tale of this. Walking on tiptoe, elevating oneself above others, will result in a fall. Displaying themselves, they do not shine. Inflating themselves, they do not grow. These are activities, these are goals which distract from the thing itself. Lastly, it says those who assert themselves do not gain merit. The use of force does not grant any special privileges or status above other people. Now, far from being a downer, which is so often the message of, don't lift yourself above others or anything. It comes with this punitive connotation that you don't have the ability or the right to be special, to be yourself. Rather, what the Tao Te Ching points out is that there's space for your unique value. When you get rid of the unhealthy excess, the things that can be trimmed off and discarded, what you're left with is a beautiful, enriching piece of meat. If you don't like the idea of meat, then just simply you are left with more value, because the distractions, the things that are extra, the things that you don't actually need to be focusing on, cross-comparing oneself with others, missing the message of your own ability to have all of the value you would like in your own life, it gets missed. Because we live in a finite universe. We have only so much time, so much effort, so many things that we can focus on. We can't be all things to all people. We can't explore every single avenue that we would like to. So focusing on those things of the highest value, the things that enrich our life. Goodness, if we're spending every hour of every day, every minute of our lives focused on those things which have the greatest value, it's very unlikely we would have time to walk on tiptoe, to do the things that lead to casting others into a lower status. It's less likely for there to be war. We are more likely to have peace if we're so busy and so concerned with the things of the highest value. If we are concerned with love, if we are concerned with the bettering of our own life and the bettering of the lives of those who we love. Even the protection of consent is only elaborated on as a rule, as a last measure of protection to ensure that each and every person, every unique human individual has the ability to ask for themselves, what do you value? The mother of all, There is a being that encompasses all, and it existed before earth or the universe. Calm, indeed, and immaterial, it is singular and changeless. All creation flows from it and returns to it. It is the world's mother. I cannot define it, but I will call it the Tao. If forced to describe it, I will call it great. The great is evasive. The evasive is distant. The distant is ever coming near. The Tao is great, so is the universe great, so is Earth, and so is humanity. Humanity is the child of Earth. Earth is the child of the universe is the child of the Tao. The Tao has no mother, but is mother of all. That is chapter 25 of the Tao Te Ching, and as I read it, this is one way of arriving at the value of each human. Talking about the unknowability and value that exists in the universe as a whole. And I thought it would be most helpful to recognize that this isn't just a thought that comes out of the Tao Te Ching. I pulled together a few different quotes that I thought would be useful here. One from Christianity says, "The all is beyond all limitations. It cannot be comprehended with the human mind. It cannot be measured by any rule. It cannot be seen or talked about. It has no name." Similarly, we see in Krishna, God pervades all that exists in the universe. Above and below, there is only this one. Or in the Mundaka Upanishad, it says, "The formless being which is beyond all things arises in things and never perishes." Similarly, from the Buddha, we see, quote, "Divine mind is eternal. It contains within itself all reality and all truth." Another quote from the same sutra, "Universal mind is not subject to birth and death. It is beyond all concepts of duality." And finally, again, from Lao Tzu, "Tao is beyond words. It can only be comprehended in silence." In order to find value and to define it for oneself, it is necessary to let go of those things which we cannot define. There is no clear answer about the nature of the universe, the reason for it being here, the reason even why we are here in this universe as part of it. It's interesting that across all of these great thinkers and these great minds, they seem to point to a couple similar things, though. All of them kind of point at this abstract negative space and say, you know what, it makes sense to look within, to explore this. This is something that we see through the worship in Christianity, through the practice of meditation, through all of these different ways in which people look within to discover what is external to themselves. It's important to mention this in the context of a conversation about capitalism, in that it is pointing to the existence of value that is not always well known and certainly not well defined. At the very most, it can be defined internally, bringing it to the external world and attempting to, even among those who are very close to us, explain what the experience of value is. Telling my wife that I love her, for example, is a really important thing to do. It is important for many reasons. It's a genuine expression of something that is incredibly meaningful to me personally. However, that's not to be confused with the experience of love itself. From the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, all forms, all beings in the universe exist within and in relationship to each other. In the end, all things will return to their essential nature. Krishnamurti, in his book Freedom from the Known, says something that I think is important to note here. Understanding is not an intellectual process. And that gets very difficult for those who are interested in defining something or exploring it. Learning about yourself, he says, is always in the present. self-mastery. The light overcomes the heavy. The still overcomes the frantic. The wise never forget their dignity. Though surrounded by dazzling sights, they remain calm and unmoved. How did it happen that the emperor, master of 10,000 chariots, lost control of his empire? Being flippant himself, he lost the respect of his subjects. Failing to control himself, he lost control of the empire. That's chapter 26 of the Tao Te Ching. This chapter is, in my opinion, speaking to the idea of non-action. No matter what we do in our day-to-day lives, we're doing something. Non-action doesn't mean true stillness. It doesn't mean death. It doesn't mean the stopping of change. Change is always going to be a constant. Something is always going to be happening, even if it's just as simple as the beating of our heart, our breathing. We are changing in some way. Similarly, self-mastery is not entirely possible. We don't have control over every single cell in our body. We don't have control over the different things external to ourselves that impact us. However, non-action is a means of attaining at least self-control. This example of the emperor, the leader, 10,000 chariots, he lost control of his empire because he was flippant. He didn't have control of himself. The empire that we each rule over is, at the very least, ourselves. This is a direct statement. I think I can say this as a capitalist, that the core principle of self-ownership, having control over what happens to one's own body, owning the product of one's body and mind, is a core to self-control and self-ownership, which really, truly are in many ways the same thing. I'd say that the difference there is, of course, self-control is an intentional act. Self-ownership is the natural state of humanity in a situation in which humans are treated with value and dignity. In this chapter, the wise forgetting their dignity. In a fast-moving world, we're constantly surrounded by all of these different distractions, whether it's the obligations of our life, the technology that we're surrounded with, even just in nature, right? This is written 2,500 years ago. We didn't have, humanity didn't have cell phones in their pockets. Now the distractions around us are constant. The wise never forget their dignity. They remain calm and unmoved. We can still learn from this today as we seek to gain self-mastery, as we seek to achieve the various things that we want to do. Non-action, I started with non-action here. Non-action isn't necessarily not doing anything. We acknowledge that in a world of change, something is always going to be happening. And in fact, stasis is death. Stasis is the cessation of all movement. There is no possibility of a lack of change or of stepping away from this natural state of being. At the same time, we certainly don't want to lose control of our empire. At the very least, that means ourselves. We don't want to give away control of our destiny, our future, our ability to exercise free choice, our ability to determine what is valuable to us. We don't want to give that away. The Tao Te Ching is very clear on the way that we have internal control over our emotions, our actions, our reactions to what's going on. We start with self-control. We start with self-ownership. We build from this state of human dignity, human value, and we build a future from there. Hidden value. Good hikers need no maps. Good speakers need no scripts. Good counters need no abacus. Good guards need no locks. The wise, trusting in goodness, see the potential in others, treating no one as an outcast. Trusting in goodness, they redeem all things. Nothing is worthless to them. They recognize hidden value. The wise take the lost under their wings, and so the lost become newfound treasures of the wise. Each is valuable to the other. This is the significance of spirituality. That's chapter 27 of the Tao Te Ching, and we're going to move very quickly through this because 5 minutes is far too short for this discussion, probably with each of these chapters, but this one in particular of those that we've gone through so far. Good hikers need no maps. The things that we talk about, they come naturally. Those who are good at something don't need to necessarily plan it out ahead of time. It comes in this natural flow, this wu wei, effortless flow, effortless movement through the action of being good at something. Wisdom is defined generally here as the quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment. So the wise trust in goodness, and they see the potential in others. It's very interesting here. A lot of what we've been talking about has been value itself. And one of the biggest undermining questions I think that a lot of people get when they think about capitalism and when they think about interactions based on value is, well, how the heck do I know what's going on in your head? You can't. You can't particularly know what I value, why I value, the same way that I can never live any of your experiences, have any of your knowledge, or determine what falls into your good judgment. We can't have each other's wisdom. However, there's, according to this chapter, a unifying principle that when you're wise, you can trust in that goodness. You can have faith in value even though it's hidden. And of course, seeing the potential in others, which is the next line, recognizes that, hey, not everyone is going to correctly, quote unquote, maximize value. Treating others as valuable is important. They are, human life has value itself, but there's also the ability of people to grow and change and adapt. That's one of the things that makes us uniquely human versus so many other animals, which, let's be honest, are more stagnant. They don't adapt very well to the circumstances of change. They certainly don't engage in the forethought and planning that human beings are capable of. Now, moving on down this, recognizing hidden value is separated out as its own line. It says they recognize hidden value, they being the wise. Value held by others is always hidden. So this is where we pull out and we can draw a direct line between the belief in value that is found in Taoism to the belief in value that's found in capitalism. Capitalism, Enlightenment, the American founding all recognizes, Jefferson writes, certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is not an exhaustive list. It's just the idea that Jefferson is pointing to this thing that says, hey, there's a lot of value in what people are going through in their life, in the practice of liberty, in their pursuit of all the various different kinds of happiness that they might pursue. This is in some ways the action of taking the lost under their wings. I'd say that in many cases, the founding fathers, Lao Tzu, many great minds throughout history have had this idea of saying, listen, if you're not sure what your value is, at the very least, let's make sure that there's a structure to protect you as a person in your ability to become a good hiker, a good speaker, a good counter, a good guard, a good whatever you most want to be without needing to put any particular definition upon it. Each is valuable to the other. This is speaking to this idea of sharing value across people. If we have this mutual respect, if this is the baseline, if consent is the baseline, the moral floor on which we interact, despite the fact that it's hidden, we each have the greatest opportunity to live the kind of life that we want to live. I'm just under 5 minutes here. I could go much longer, but I'm going to move on intentionally. We need to cut this off to get around to the business of living. know yourself. Those who know both their masculine and their feminine sides become fruitful, like the valleys of earth. Being like the valleys of earth, their vitality will not desert them. They will remain energetic as children. Those who know both their strengths and their limits become models worth following. Being worthy models, their vitality will not fail them. They will radiate simplicity. Radiating simplicity, wise rulers inspire others to follow their path. Such is the making of a great administration. That's chapter 28 of the Tao Te Ching. We each can only act in our own lived experience. We only have control as close to perfect as possible in our own reality, of our own actions and our own reactions to what's going on around us. And we have that choice. Awareness of what has lesser value can have value itself. Are the masculine and feminine sides known and in balance, for example, requires that you know both your masculine and feminine sides, regardless of how you actually feel about, we'll say, out of 100%, where balance is actually found between those two aspects. It's possible to know both sides with joy or not and be happy. There's an important aspect here, which is that those who know both their strengths and limits become models worth following. That's not to say that everyone needs to lead, that there needs to be leaders and followers, only to point out that there are models worth following, should you so choose. It's interesting that this is first titled not "No Leaders," "No Wise People," "No Worthy Models." The title of this chapter is "Know Yourself." There's no other model who is going to be more informative about who you are and what you value than what is in your own mind. There is at no point the question asked, what do you value, that someone else can answer for you. If you listen to my mad sprint through chapter 27, you heard me talk about the value that each person has, despite it being unknown. And you've heard me speak previously, if you've gone through this, about the unknown why, and rather the lack of necessity to have a particular why regarding human value. Because how or why human beings have value can come in any number of different ways. This is part of knowing yourself, is to perhaps ask the question of why there is value in human life, why you have value, why those you love have value. Knowledge offers clarity. It gives us the ability to know how far to push ourselves and allows us to move through our lives easier. We talked previously about being a good hiker, a good speaker, a good counter, a good guard, and the pieces around, the tools, the additions, the excess baggage that one carries with them. A hiker that carries a map means that there's less space for other things to be carried. Developing a skill and, in fact, knowing oneself to the capacity that you are good at being yourself is work that you can only engage in alone, that comes from within, and by getting good at it, it frees you up to ensure you have the bandwidth to work on those things that you have not yet mastered. Those who try to seize power and remake society will fail. Society is a divine thing that cannot be remade. One who attempts to remake it will only deface it. Those who grasp for power will lose it. People differ. Some lead, others follow. Some are passionate, others are reserved. Some are strong, others weak. Some succeed, others fail. The wise respect the roles of all and seek moderation in all things. That is chapter 29 of the Tao Te Ching, and I'm going to focus on the latter half of this. I think it's fairly obvious that the declarative statements made here are true. I don't feel the need to dig into them. Those who try to seize power and remake society will fail. Those who grasp for power will lose it. Instead, I want to focus on the second piece about people differing, the role of the wise, and seeking moderation. In the American system of governance, we have the opportunity to select the wise to hold power, those who do not grasp for it, those who respect the roles of all and seek moderation in all things. That's one of the ways that power can be gained by some folks. And you do hope, of course, that those who arrive in the positions of power use them in a wise way. I'll leave it to you to decide whether or not those who are in power respect the roles of all and are currently seeking moderation. I'll just point out again that the choice is there, and in fact, provided for specifically in the United States, that change is possible. No matter who is part of this system, the leaders, the followers, the passionate, the reserved, the strong, the weak, the successful, and the failing, change is possible for all of them. In fact, as they fill those roles, there is the previous chapter was know yourself. No matter where you are in those different categories or the many, many, many others that could be listed, each of them can change and can develop. It is essential that each person has that ability. It's the protection of someone's ability to have lived experience that involves life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Capitalism is the ability to say no to someone else's version of happiness. It's the protection of consent. It means that just because of a ballot, it doesn't mean that someone has a special power to violate individual rights. And this is the best chance for peace in a reality in which people are different. Those who grasp for power will lose it. Those attempting to remake society will fail. Capitalism ensures that the rights of each and every person are protected and mitigates harm along the way. Firm, but not forceful. When rulers follow the Tao, they have no need for armies to strengthen their country. Their country is strong because its government is a blessing to all. Briars and thorns spring up wherever an army camps. Great wars are followed by bad harvests. Good rulers are firm, but they dare not take by force. They are firm, but not boastful, firm, but not haughty, firm, but not arrogant, firm, but unyielding to the unavoidable, firm, but not resorting to violence. When rulers resort to force, things flourish for a time, but then decay. They are going against the Tao, and anything opposed to the Tao will soon die. That's chapter 30 of the Tao Te Ching. And this seems like another chapter that's pretty directly related to the ideas that arose independently in the founding of America. This is something that I think was imprecisely applied in the use of a constitution. There's something to be said, and I've mentioned this before, that putting something that is beyond words into words gets very difficult. The purpose of law is, of course, to figure out a way for us to get along. The proper role of government, the proper role of law is to protect individual rights, to allow each person to pursue their version of happiness and live a successful life. Violence is often perceived as a shortcut. It's a way to get from point A to point B without having to go through all of the compromise and difficult conversations that come along with all human interactions. Think about even just a simple interaction. I'm certain that there is no one who will ever listen to this who has never been in an argument with someone that they love, whether it's a parent, a child, a spouse, a dear friend. Disagreements arise. Now magnify that out to millions upon millions upon millions of people who live in a shared society. For example, 332 or so million people in the United States of America. On the localized level, on a relationship between just two people, violence could seem like a much easier way. It is almost indisputable that by beating the hell out of someone, I can get them to do what I want them to do in the short term. It's certainly a path that many people have chosen to take. We see this in domestic violence. We see this in any number of situations where people have a disagreement and a conflict of visions, to borrow from Thomas Sowell. And what we see unfold is that when we resort to force, things do flourish for a time. Perhaps the task that I had wanted done before I beat the hell out of someone, it gets completed out of fear. But then decay is going to happen. This isn't a peaceful interaction. This isn't productive in the long term. This isn't moving humanity forward. And if we extrapolate that out to the entirety of a civilization of hundreds of thousands of millions of people coming together and try to figure it out, these conflicts don't get smaller. There's no single rule for how to manage them. And in fact, trying to put in rules that are backed up by force rather than firmness result in greater violence. We see this all the time. Eminent domain is an example of taking by force. It's something that involves a, quote, justified use of government force to achieve some sort of shared common end. The result is that each person is less secure in their own personal property, their own personal lives. The decay unfolds perhaps over years, across decades, perhaps even across centuries. A government that is firm on consent of the protection of each person's individual rights has no need for an army, has no need to use force, because that government, and that government only, is a blessing to all. Avoid war. Among all tools, weapons alone are cursed. The people come to despise them. Those who follow the Tao do not need them. Weapons are not the tool of the wise. Only as a last resort do the wise use them. Peace and tranquility are valued by wise rulers. Even when victorious in battle, they do not rejoice, for they never exult over the killing of others. Those rulers who rejoice over killing others will never bring happiness to their people. The killing of others fills people with sorrow. We lament with tears because of it and honor the victims solemnly, as if we were attending a funeral ceremony. That is chapter 31 of the Tao Te Ching. And in many ways, I think even if we left it as just the title and did not engage in any further conversation, the point would be well taken. The title is Avoid War. The rest of this is really almost the downstream effects of failing to follow that knowledge. Weapons are cursed. The result of using weapons is harm. It's damage done to another human being, and human beings have value. Killing people would fill us with sorrow. To be clear, this is not an anti-weapon lesson to be taken away from this. Even in the Tao Te Ching, it says that the wise will use weapons as a last resort. And I don't want to get into too much of a rabbit hole trying to dig into what those various circumstances are, but suffice to say that weapons are not the tool of the wise. Only as a last resort do the wise use them. The last resort is directly related to the violation of consent and the disregard for human value by those who use weapons as a first resort, a second resort, a third resort, a fourth resort, whatever that number is, before you get to the last resort. The absolute last thing that you should do is use violence as a path. This is actually the core of capitalism as well. Capitalism is the free exchange of value among consenting people, where the proper role of government is the protection of individual rights, the protection of human value, the protection of what makes us human, the protection of consent. Violence has absolutely nothing to do with it. The use of force, in fact, coercion to achieve a goal is by definition not consensual, and therefore by definition not capitalism. I want to shift back just to what is available in the Tao Te Ching, which is on that absolute last resort. What it suggests is that the wise, those who have knowledge, who have experience, what they feel in that moment of having to do something abhorrent, disgusting, awful, the use of weapons, it fills them with sorrow. It brings tears to them. There is a solemnity about this. There's a being at a funeral is something that we experience as part of our life in many different ways. The ways that we honor the dead are as diverse as any other thing that we choose to do out of an expression of value. And it's important to recognize that this is a reflection of the value of human life. Very specifically, rulers who rejoice over killing others, not some others, not those who deserve it, not a particular group of people, not even the enemy, just anyone else. Rulers who rejoice over killing anyone else will never bring happiness to their people. For almost 100% of my life, I've been living in a country that has been at war, whether it's officially declared by Congress or not. America was born out of a necessity of violence, not as an aggressor. That has certainly changed. But we're lucky enough to live in a system in which change is still possible, and that power rests exclusively with the people. Where to stop? The eternal Tao is unnameable. In its simplicity, it appears insignificant, but the whole world cannot contain it. If rulers would follow it, their citizens would pay homage. If the people would follow it, there would be no need of rulers. Earth and sky are made one by it, forming sweet dewdrops. When the Tao expresses itself in creation, it becomes visible. If you follow the Tao, you will understand where to stop. Knowing where to stop, you will be free from danger. The Tao is like a stream that empties into an ocean. That's chapter 32 of the Tao Te Ching. And before we begin digging a little bit deeper, I want to pose a question of what does it mean to own something? What does it mean to own a piece of property, a physical item? What does it mean to have ownership over oneself? What does it mean to own value? You can never own value itself. Lived experience itself, it cannot be owned. Yet it's the core of capitalism. And that sets up an interesting dichotomy in a system that is often perceived as being exclusively about the accumulation of money, the ownership of physical property. And, I'm shaking my fist right now because it comes with this perception of force. Yet ownership and responsibility are very closely related. And both of them involve knowing where to stop. Owning a dog, for example, there's a point of ownership at which one should stop. There's a just and proper way to treat a living creature that extends further to ownership of the self as well. The value that's inherent in having responsibility and control over oneself. And what this chapter says is when the Tao expresses itself in creation, it becomes visible. The things that are in this world are beautiful and indescribable when you compare lived experience to what we're able to communicate. Furthermore, it goes on to say, if you follow the Tao, you will understand where to stop. Knowing where to stop, you will be free from danger. In other words, doing the right thing, understanding what that is, requires some work. It requires doing the act of following something and gaining that knowledge to understand what is dangerous and what is not dangerous. Knowing where to stop in ownership, in property, is a skill that is developed. It's a practice that we engage with. True ownership is a responsibility of care. It is not the purpose of a government to own things or to define ownership or to try to codify these various elements of ineffable lived experience. To try to do that is beyond the role of any communication, let alone something that is expected to be applied to millions upon millions upon millions of people. What government can do, and the proper role of government, is to protect each individual's rights. Their ability to pursue the beautiful things that happen in their life, the things that bring them value, the things which they value regardless of their inexplicable definitions. I can no more explain what it is to be in love than I could to explain what it is to drive a car. At no point, no matter how hard I try to explain what that experience is, as soon as you interpret it through your lens, it becomes your experience. As soon as it's related to your experience of being in love, it's no longer mine. It's no longer the thing itself. There's an incredible value in knowing when to stop talking. Immortality. Those who know others are intelligent. Those who understand themselves are enlightened. Those who can conquer others have force. Those who can control themselves are mighty. Those who dare risk death have courage. But those who death cannot destroy are immortal. That is chapter 33 of the Tao Te Ching, and I have very little to say on it. Not because I don't think that it's useful or helpful, but because it is much more useful for the purposes of this exploration and the purposes of what I'm doing here to set aside these 5 minutes to ask two things. What does it mean to understand yourself? And what does it mean to control yourself? I'd ask that in the remaining 4 minutes, I'm not going to say anything, but you've already committed this time. Let's sit in silence together and consider those two questions. What does it mean to understand yourself? And what does it mean to have control over yourself? If you find yourself becoming distracted, thoughts coming into your mind that are not related to the questions, that's fine. Bring them in, let them go, begin again. What does it mean to understand yourself? What does it mean to have control over yourself? It starts with creating space for these questions to be asked in the first place. It requires starting to know yourself and to understand what it is that you value. True greatness. The great Tao is everywhere. It is on both the right and the left. All things rely upon it for their existence, and it sustains them. It draws praise, but is not proud. It lovingly nourishes everything and is not possessive. It desires nothing, and so it is considered small, yet everything returns to it, so it should be considered great. The wise do not appear great among others, and so they reveal their true greatness. That is chapter 34 of the Tao Te Ching, True Greatness, it's titled. And the question that arose in reading this is how much is wasted on the appearance of greatness rather than true greatness itself. And how much is wasted of what? Of time, of money, of love, of effort, of this finite life that we have, of value itself. How much is wasted into pushing toward something? The Tao Te Ching has already warned us in previous chapters about the dangers of striving. Instead, it requests that we consider effortless flow, stillness, silence, being like a child with our curiosity and seeing the world through new eyes. There are so many different ways that it suggests live a good life. And in no circumstance does it actually mandate or suggest specific laws or policies that should be put into place to limit some versions of happiness that are undesirable, or suggest that some versions of happiness are superior to others. In fact, it turns that on its head. It says the great Tao is everywhere. It's on the right, it's on the left, it's above, it's below. It is in the 6 dimensions, rather the 6 boundaries of the world. I'm pulling here from a selection from Zhuangzi, which is another one of the 3 primary texts of Taoism. And I'll read just a portion of this briefly. It says, before the way got branched out into territories, speech had not yet become commonplace with ideas of what is right, and thus making up the demarcations. Allow me to describe these demarcations. They are left and right, principles and justice. There are division and dispute, competitiveness and strife. These are the 8 ways of human conduct. Taoism does something that is particularly frustrating. You might notice here that it doesn't actually suggest that this become a common discussion topic. In fact, it says the sage keeps it in his chest, whereas most other people discuss it by telling each other what they should do. This is why we say that you do not genuinely observe others in argumentations. The great way is not named. A strong argument is not communicating. The best that someone can do, because, as this passage goes on and says later, who understands arguments that are not expressed in words? Who understands the way that cannot be trodden? In other words, I can't express what it is to be me. You cannot express what it is to be you. This is a simple reality of the universe that we live in. What we can do is act peacefully. We can respect the consent of others. We can respect that there are differences that will never be resolved. And we can do so in a way that doesn't lead to violence. We can point to this negative space that can't be put into words and simply gesture at it and suggest that by exploring what it is that each person values, rather each person exploring that for themselves, we may be able to come out on the other side with a better understanding of ourselves, a better understanding of value, and in fact, perhaps even catch a glimpse of what it means to be connected. Persuasion. That which contracts was first expanded. That which weakens was first made strong. That which falls was first raised up. That which scatters was first gathered up. It is paradoxical, but true. The tender outlasts the rigid. The gentle defeats the strong. Persuasion is better than compulsion. Rulers have nothing to gain through force of arms. That is chapter 36 of the Tao Te Ching. It occurred to me reading this that now, and I'm putting that in quotes, the moment that's happening at this instant, and every moment as it unfolds, is never the beginning. It's also never the end. As human beings, we are always in a state of change. And in this chapter, really clearly, the author gets after the fact. It says, hey, this is not entirely clear. It's paradoxical, in fact. This isn't going to sound like it's the case, because in so many instances, as a leader, as a person in charge of your own life, you have this idea that you need to be acting all the time, that force is what is required to move something forward. And regardless of what your definition of forward is, or as you are seeking to make your life better, that I would say generally, colloquially, is a forward motion. Paradoxically, the tender outlasts the rigid. The gentle defeats the strong. There's some fairly patient explaining going on here to serve as a reminder as we go through every single day that there's an opportunity here. There's a choice to be made. And in many cases, when the choice is made wrong, there's not much to gain from that. This is instructive outside of the leadership manual setting that this book was often used in, or has been throughout history. We're lucky when books are published and they stand the test of time, that we have an opportunity to reevaluate whether or not they're useful to us. This speaks to something that happens all the time in our current society in 2023, where disagreement happens. And there's often a choice to be made whether or not the resolution of that disagreement is going to happen through persuasion or it's going to happen through compulsion. And there's a particular aspect of reality that is important in making that decision, because if there is a disagreement that you are a part of, you get to be the decision maker. You have the opportunity to be the ruler of your own life. There's an Oscar Wilde quote that's important to keep in mind. He says, "It is grossly selfish to require of one's neighbor that he should think in the same way and hold the same opinions. Why should he? If he can think, he will probably think differently. If he cannot think, it is monstrous to require a thought of any kind from him. A red rose is not selfish because it wants to be a red rose. It would be horribly selfish if it wanted all the other flowers in the garden to be both red and roses." I probably should have done that as an entirely different swell, but it's interesting as a tie-in here. As I look more into Oscar Wilde, he was born in 1854, so still before the Tao Te Ching was translated into English. I don't know if he did come across this text. However, this is particularly interesting to consider in light of some of the most difficult arguments we have, which is arguments of love, arguments of passion. Now, Oscar Wilde died in poverty after being found out he was convicted of gross indecency with other men. This is where the role of law comes into practice and is used and has real impact on people's lives. Rulers have nothing to gain through force of arms. Persuasion is better than compulsion. If we let go of that second sentence and focus on the heart of the actual lesson that the Tao Te Ching is trying to teach here, it's that persuasion is better than compulsion. Thoreau said in 1849, another idea arising before the Tao Te Ching came into a language that he would understand, that government is best which governs least, because the government that governs least allows people to experience the greatest values in their life without placing limitations. It simply insists that consent has to be respected by all parties along the way. I've never done a part 2 for a swell, but this seemed like there was enough content here that I felt like I could continue going. It's one of the problems that you run into as you get into this text that has so few words, but has so many opportunities to actually examine how it could be used to make one's life better. I think this is true of any book, but it's much easier to do in these small bite-sized pieces like the Tao Te Ching has presented to us. And what I wanted to bring to the forefront here is that even Taoism is not the thing itself. When we talk about persuasion being better than compulsion, and when the Tao Te Ching lays this out, it makes an argument shortly after where it says rulers have nothing to gain through the force of arms, which is kind of a big leap to make, because as you see that in the short term, for example, Oscar Wilde's situation, yes, there was an interest technically. Someone did gain something by limiting someone else's version of happiness, by putting Oscar Wilde in jail, and the man died broke as a result of his life choices. And even there I'm getting tongue-tied because it's not his life choices. Each person has within them the certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And in instances of love, who we choose to love, how we choose to love them, this is an example of how law can really transition between the human nature. It's something that each of the instances, such as Jefferson's attempt to use those words, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that's not to say that he is defining what life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are. Some of the biggest mistakes that the founders made, and really any government, any system of law makes, is over-explaining, is trying to get detail-oriented on something that, as the Tao Te Ching says, cannot be put into words. An idea that can be expressed in words is not the infinite idea. It's a good idea when rulers recognize that they have nothing to gain through force of arms, regardless of whether or not that is true in the short term or long term, and there's a matter of faith probably there. Obviously, Taoism being a religious practice, though I'd argue it is in many ways more than that, it's a good idea to prescribe to one's followers, and as a principle for long-standing peace, that rulers have nothing to gain through force of arms. There's a natural check there on people who have power, suggesting that they should seek persuasion rather than compulsion. They should seek to respect consent rather than attempting to coerce. And this is something that's absolutely possible. In fact, it's included in chapter 36. It goes back on itself. That which contracts was first expanded. That which weakens was first made strong. All people are constantly in a time of change. It's part of what it means to be human, is to go through things and to have the circumstances around them become different, whether that's getting married or having a kid or finishing school or eating lunch or having a sip of water or listening to this right now. Even if there's nothing else major going on, we are still moving through time. Change is still occurring. And rather than trying to get bogged down in what that means, I'm not a physicist. I'd recommend Carlo Rovelli if you're interested in understanding time a little bit better. This is about the opportunity to make a better decision, to live one's life, to have choice, to be able to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's something that capitalism enshrines into law. You have the right to say no to someone else's version of happiness, but you also have the ability to say yes, and to pursue the things of the highest value that'll bring your life health, happiness, satisfaction, literally every single one of the best moments in life. This is what is possible when rulers have nothing to gain through use of arms, when power rests with the people. Stop striving. The Tao does nothing, and yet nothing remains undone. If rulers desire to keep everything in order, they must first order themselves. If rulers would follow the example of the Tao, all problems would resolve themselves. The way of the Tao is simple: stop striving, defeat desire. In the absence of striving, there is peace. In the absence of desire, there is satisfaction. That is chapter 37 of the Tao Te Ching, titled Stop Striving. And where I'd like to start with this is the basis of reality, rather one aspect of reality, that no matter what, change is happening. We are constantly in a state of becoming otherwise, and stasis, complete control, and complete stoppage of change is not going to happen. So when this chapter says stop striving, the question naturally arises, stop striving toward what? And there's value for each individual person in answering that question for ourselves, because the answer isn't going to be the same between any two people. Our interests may align in a certain moment, but overall we're each on this own individual adventure and collective adventure that is lived experience. The universe is happening, and each of us are on a different path within it. Now, looking at this in terms of the prescriptive aspect, the second stanza here, or paragraph, if rulers desire to keep everything in order, they must first order themselves. I think this is a little tongue-in-cheek, because every ruler, taken in its sense, someone who is in charge of other people, someone who has assumed a position of power over others, every ruler putting themselves in order would have no time to order around everyone else. And in many ways, that is an ideal situation, because each person is a ruler of themselves, and each person being a ruler of themselves, being a leader, having ownership over one's own self, being so concerned with consensually maximizing value in their own life, finding order yourself, means more consensually arising value and the elimination, the cessation of violence, the cessation of use of violent force in all circumstances. So it's a little tongue-in-cheek saying, hey, if you believe yourself to be a leader, make sure you have your own house in order. And in the meantime, everyone else should really be doing the same, because we are leaders of our own lives. Now, there's a whole bunch of pieces in here that are probably worth meditating on about defeating desire, the absence of striving, giving up desire to find satisfaction. The meaning of that is going to be different for each and every person. But I want to return back with these last minute and a half here to talk about the first two sentences. The Tao does nothing, and yet nothing remains undone. That sounds an awful lot like the invisible hand of the market that Adam Smith talks about in Wealth of Nations. This is miraculously close to spontaneous order as laid out by Leonard Read and I. Pencil. If you haven't read that, it's a very brief essay about what it takes to create a pencil. And I'll paraphrase here from a kid's version of this, which is that it takes millions of people working together, people who don't speak the same language, who practice different religions, who live in different countries, who will never even meet one another, to put together something as simple and as basic as a pencil. And the point that Leonard Read makes and that Adam Smith leans into is that no one person is going to be able to create a pencil. No one person is going to be able to create anything completely independently, yet it is only the individual contribution of each person coming together voluntarily that allows these incredible things to be created in the first place. It involves each of us as rulers who want things in order to first order ourselves. True virtue. True virtue makes no show of virtue, and therefore it is really virtuous. False virtue never loses sight of itself, and therefore it is no longer virtue. True virtue does not assert itself, and therefore is unpretentious. False virtue is acting a part, and thereby is only pretense. When the Tao is lost, there is only virtue. When virtue is lost, there is only generosity. When generosity is lost, there is only justice. When justice is lost, only tradition remains. Tradition reduces loyalty and good faith to a shadow. It is the beginning of disorder. Tradition is the mere flower of the Tao. Apart from its root, it withers and dies. The truly great embody the spirit. Not just the external appearance, they bear fruit, not just blossoms. They do not put on a show of virtue. They practice it. That is chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching. And as I look at the different systems that are available to humanity for us to choose, I think it's worth, though I've said it before in other recordings, worth mentioning here that human beings are unique and diverse and incredibly valuable, beautiful even, in that each person has their own lived experience. And in some ways, as we've discussed in the past, the Tao is this ineffable quality of truth, of lived experience, of actually having life. And we arrive at the question pretty quickly of how do we want to protect this individual right to live one's life in a meaningful way? And I say meaningful because as we've also discussed before, there are so many different ways to define it, as many different ways as there are human beings, and trying to put words to it is not really going to work. So I'm going to cut off my commentary here, and I want to lean into an expert on the subject of capitalism and read the following. Quote, "The recognition of individual rights implies the recognition of the fact that the good is not an ineffable abstraction in some supernatural dimension, but a value pertaining to reality, to this earth, to the lives of individual human beings. Note the right to the pursuit of happiness. It implies that the good cannot be divorced from beneficiaries, that humans are not to be regarded as interchangeable, and that no human or tribe may attempt to achieve the good of some at the price of the immolation of others. The free market represents the social application of an objective theory of values. Since values are to be discovered by human mind, humans must be free to discover them, to think, to study, to translate their knowledge into physical form, to offer their products for trade, to judge them, and to choose, be it material goods or ideas, a loaf of bread or a philosophy. Since values are established contextually, every man must judge for himself in the context of his own knowledge, goals, and interests. Since values are determined by the nature of reality, it is reality that serves as man's ultimate arbiter. If a human's judgment is right, the rewards are his. If it is wrong, he is its only victim." So what this is getting at is, and this idea is cross-referenced. This is Ayn Rand. This is not a Taoist. This is not someone who is going to likely... in fact, Ayn Rand spoke out against religion and the existence of God and the existence of spirituality in many different contexts. However, the concept here is the exact same. It's the protection of people. It's the idea of what we can do knowing that there are certain realities that we live with. Both the Tao Te Ching, Taoism generally, and I think many religions point to this. I've cross-referenced between Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, and Lao Tzu, Jefferson, Ayn Rand. This arises in so many different contexts. And it's interesting because they arise independently. These ideas have been hit on time and time and time again, and the difficulty in translating them across generations and across populations is the fact that, as the Tao Te Ching, I think, despite being one of the oldest available, the Bhagavad Gita also touches on this and is older, it can't be put into words because it is each person's natural right and ability to pursue their own lived experience. Unity. Only those who attain unity become what they are meant to be. The heavens attained unity and became space. Matter attained unity and became earth. Spirit attained unity and became mind. Valleys attained unity and rivers flowed into them. All things that attain unity have life, and the highest is that which produces unity. Rulers, as they attain unity, become models of conduct for the people. If heaven were not space, it would fall. If earth were not solid, it would melt. If the spirit were not unified, it would vanish. If valleys were not unified, they would dry up. Everything, if not for life, would dissipate. Rulers, if they overestimate themselves, will fail. Nobles should find their roots among the commoners, for the high is always founded upon the low. Great rulers identify with orphans, inferiors, and the unworthy because they recognize their roots in the lowest of people. The wise do not desire to be set aside as precious gems, nor discarded as worthless stones. That is chapter 39 of the Tao Te Ching. There are a few different things. This is a longer chapter, first of all, than many of the others. And there are just a few things that I want to pick out of here today. Again, another example of something that really deserves much more than the 5 minutes I'm going to give it on swell, for sure. The first is just to look at the idea of rulers as they attain unity. And I believe that means to understand their place as human. Only those who attain unity become what they are meant to be, meaning that in a world in which we can only be ourselves, we don't have the ability to be anyone else, rulers attaining unity actually gives a perspective that is not elevating, is not casting other people down. Great rulers identifying with those, literally in this text, it uses the word inferiors, which I think is something probably worth looking into the translation, into what the original text says or the different versions. I don't have other copies with me, so I'm not going to get into that right now. But recognizing their roots in the lowest of their people, the wise not desiring to be set aside as precious gems, simply is a recognition of human value, and rather in addition, the fact that despite one's station in life, that doesn't provide any special right or special privilege to cast someone into a lower status of being human, or to dehumanize someone in the first place. One of the interesting things about this word, unity, is the reminder that despite our individual experience of living, we are also interconnected. Aldous Huxley, who I've mentioned a few times, talks about this in his book Doors to Perception. It also comes up across many other texts. Huxley just happens to be among my favorite because he does put it in such a concise way. When he says that we are island universes, but we act on and react to one another. To bring this into 2023, however, to bring this into, I think its most useful form is to ask a question about who you are meant to be. And that's not a rhetorical question. It's a question for each person to answer, and in many ways not to speak. There are many folks, whether it's in responses to swells, it's a problem with social media generally, is that there are many instances of people explaining what they are meant to be and selling it. And while I don't begrudge anyone for trying to sell something or trying to create a product or trying to use their own lived experience to generate income or revenue, there is something to be said for the reality that no matter how hard we try, fully communicating our lived experience and attempting to package it up is going to feel cheap because it's not the thing itself. Like most chapters of the Tao Te Ching, this leaves us with a question to sit with, meditate on, absorb, analyze. What does it mean for you to attain unity and become who you are meant to be? non-existence. The Tao seems non-existent, but it is the basis of existence. The universe, the earth, and everything in it comes from existence, but existence comes from non-existence. Chapter 40 of the Tao Te Ching is short. I've been filling these 5 minutes in the last several here, and this is another instance where the chapters attempt to put the reader on their heels. Because no matter how often we try to explain the human experience, human value, try to explain what it is to be us, our words are never going to be sufficient. And with that in mind, I think as long as you've already set aside these 5 minutes or so to listen, I'd use this as an opportunity to point to that negative space, the idea of non-existence being the basis of existence, and simply offer you this time back in silence to reflect on that. And I'd be curious to see what emerges from that. Not that you need to tell me. In fact, I think telling me would defeat the purpose. Responding to this defeats the purpose. It's one of the issues with social media and with communication in general, is the incentive to explain something that is unexplainable. I'll leave it at that. The Tao seems non-existent, but it is the basis of existence. The human mind can do so much in a short amount of time. It's important to take that time, to set it aside, and see what comes out of it. The Tao seems non-existent, but it is the basis of existence. Students. A great student, when he hears of the Tao, earnestly practices it. A good student, when he hears of the Tao, sometimes follows it and sometimes loses it. A typical student, when he hears of the Tao, ridicules it. Were it not easily ridiculed, it would not be the true Tao. Those most illuminated by the Tao are often the dimmest. Those most advanced in the Tao are often the furthest behind. Those best guided by the Tao are the least self-assured. Those high in virtue resemble lowly valleys. The innocent are more likely to be shamed. The best craftsmen can seem inefficient. The most generous are indistinguishable from the poor. The greatest square has no corners. The greatest vessel is never filled. The greatest sound has no speech. The greatest form has no shape. The Tao is obscured and without name, and yet it is precisely this Tao that alone can fulfill and complete. That was chapter 41 of the Tao Te Ching, and it's a particularly long one. I'll also mention here that this chapter is officially more than halfway through the 81 chapters that we have to go through in this. And I think it is a good reminder halfway through to remember the role that each of us are constantly playing in a world in which change is a constant, and that is students. We're learning, we're changing, we're adapting, we're able to take on new things. So often, being a student or growing generally, I mean, that's what a student is. They're someone who is growing in knowledge intentionally. And actually, really, even unintentionally, I guess, in many ways, we students absorb knowledge as we all do, as we are all students throughout our life. We continue to grow, we continue to change, we continue to accumulate new knowledge, even as we use it in so many cases to reaffirm the information that we had before. And I think that's a good jumping off point here, he said cavalierly at 2 minutes and 15 seconds in, to talk about what it means to be a good student generally. And I think when we see the Tao here, we're talking about the Tao. It's not just about being a student of the Tao. It's about being a student of life and having the opportunity to do so. I think in so many ways, I've obviously spoken many times throughout this process of about the opportunity and the purpose of a governance structure being not to limit ways of learning, ways of achieving new knowledge, ways of improving one's life. It's one of the reasons I'm an advocate for capitalism, is that it is entirely consent-based. If it isn't consensual, it isn't capitalism. Now, does that actually line up with what we're seeing here? Those most illuminated are often the dimmest. Those most advanced are often the furthest behind. This reminds me most clearly of whether it's Shunryu Suzuki or some of these other great Buddhist teachers who talk specifically about the idea of having the mind of a child, and that being one of the most effective way to learn things that are most valuable. The way to not just identify them, but actually to pursue them as well, is to do it with this idea of childlike wonder that opens up the mind to achieve new things. That's what a child, when they come across something, it's more likely to be new, and because they are newer to the world. However, as adults, we are also encountering new things all the time. And whether or not they are new in that they are entirely novel is besides the point. They're new in that this is the first moment in time that they have occurred in this particular way, whether it's an expression of love, even something physical, a meal, a sofa, a car, these things that are existing throughout time, they change. The sentence that most stands out to me here is that the best craftsman can seem inefficient. And that's because the creation of something of high value is not necessarily mass-produced. There is a relationship between scarcity and value that is especially interesting to think about, both in terms of lived experience and the expression of capitalism versus how it is often portrayed. Yin and yang. The Tao produces unity. Unity produces duality. Duality produces trinity. Trinity produces all things. All things contain both the negative principle, yin, and the positive principle, yang. The third principle, energetic vitality, qi, makes them harmonious. There are some things which it is a gain to lose and a loss to gain. This may not be what they teach in school, but it is the first lesson in the Tao. That is chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching, and also somehow the first lesson in the Tao is chapter 42. that there are some things that are a gain to lose and a lose to gain. Yeah, a gain to lose and a lose to gain. Which in some ways is fun to think about, because the answer is not going to be the same for every person. Like most things. I've gone on ad nauseum for those of you who have listened to every single one of these chapters. It is certainly repetitive, but for those who might be listening to this one for the first time and have not listened to the others, the idea that we each have our own unique lived experience is a reality, and something that's worth accommodating for in how we act, how we live, the choices that we make, and also the governance structures that we choose. As I look at this word, the Tao produces unity. Just a few chapters ago, we had unity as the primary focus. That was chapter 39. And only those who attain unity become what they are meant to be is how that opens. And it makes me think of what kind of structure ought to be in place is most conducive to each person being able to become what they're meant to be. Now, the difference, again, is going to be as diverse as there are numbers of people. There are things which it is a gain to lose and a loss to gain is going to be different for each person. What they are meant to be is going to be different for each person. Making sure that versions of happiness are not limited is a core function of good governance. It's a core principle that needs to be in place in order to achieve the maximization of good results and the minimization of negative results. And importantly there, we don't have to define the good and the bad, because that is each individual person's exploration for themselves. We don't need to get bogged down in all the details that oftentimes law gets hung up on by trying to articulate every single type of good, every type of bad, everything that needs to be. No, this is actually much simpler. And it's one of the reasons why capitalism is the only moral system currently available to us, is because capitalism is the free exchange of value among consenting people, where the proper role of government is the protection of individual rights. Among those rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, health, satisfaction, and fulfillment. Those are just words, however, to define and an attempt to express what it is to be a unified person, what it is to actually bring energetic vitality to the negative and positive principles that are present in all things. To offer a quote from Tom Palmer briefly, quote, "Embracing free market capitalism means embracing the freedom to change, to innovate, to invent. It means accommodating change and respecting the freedom of others to do as they please with what is theirs." To change, to innovate, to invent. Trinity produces all things. The force for change, the force for creation comes from within people. And as we look forward to the kind of structure that allows not just us right now, but future generations, our kids, our grandkids, our great-grandkids, to adjust to the reality of change, to find what works best for them, to allow them to pursue their own happiness, to create the value that they need to lead healthy, successful, happy, meaningful lives. We need a system that can accommodate for that change and allow each and every single person without exception to pursue their version of a best life. Stillness and silence. The soft overcomes the hard, the flexible conquers the stiff, the ethereal penetrates the solid. This is why there is great advantage in stillness and silence over movement and speaking. But few ever obtain the advantage, for few practice stillness and silence. That's chapter 43 of the Tao Te Ching. Again, stillness and silence is the title. And this is 5 minutes that I am giving to myself in silence. It's very rarely. I'm recording this actually several days before it'll be published. Some of these, just with the way that life unfolds with the obligations that are there, doesn't always allow me to take the 5 minutes on the day that it is actually published, which may defeat the point of the practice itself, but I'll accept it as less than perfect intentionally. I think there's a lesson there to meditate on, to think about, which is what emerges out of stillness and silence. What is the advantage that it gives? Sometimes in stillness and in silence, a pattern emerges, a natural rhythm of what's around you. There's a choice in whether or not to value that. True freedom. Which is better, fame or integrity? Which is more valuable, riches or good character? Which is more dangerous, failure or success? Overindulgence creates waste. Hoarding invites loss. The person who is content with what they have is not in danger of loss. The person who knows when to stop is free to go on. That is chapter 44 of the Tao Te Ching, and I'm going to jump right into this one. Capitalism does not require accumulation or creation to excess. Consistent with the core principle of consent, each person is free to make that choice for themselves of how much they're going to accumulate, how much they're going to create, how much they're going to consume. Centralized control, planned governments, systems where some versions of consensual happiness are limited or punishable by law are, in all circumstances, less effective. They limit morality. They create friction with reality. Now, Taoism suggests a path which is possible in a capitalist framework. It is only someone who is content with what they have, who is free to say no to someone else's version of happiness, who can actually reach a point of stopping, and thus is free to go on in a way that brings them joy, happiness, fulfillment, satisfaction, all of the various many different things far beyond those that I can list in 5 minutes that create a meaningful life. And in interacting with a business, people are always free to say no. Overindulgence doesn't have to be a reality. Hoarding doesn't have to be what occurs. And businesses that businesses that fail to accommodate for that, they fall apart. No one is forced to purchase from them because they push something that's cheap, that's not valuable, that's not useful, that's not generative to positive results. The power in free exchange always rests with each person together. In other words, you might get a raw end of the deal, but you agreed to make the deal. And that's what happens. Sometimes life is imperfect. We make choices that aren't always in our best interest, but we can learn from them. We can move on. We can change. And ultimately, the responsibility is ours for our own life. This is drastically different than interactions with a non-consensual system, often expressed in governmental force, which is distinctly non-capitalist. This happens all the time. Those in seats of power who create systems in which it is not possible to say no, where you have to accept someone else's version of happiness. Overindulgence creates waste. Hoarding invites loss. I'm failing to find the quote right now, but to paraphrase, and at some point I'll find the attribution and post it, that in the latter system in which consent is not respected, the negative decisions of a few can have terrible, terrible consequences on the lives of many. Whereas if we are living and acting in a consent-based way, rather our goal in our society and our laws are consensually based, we are limiting damages simply to the person making the bad decision. That doesn't in any way, shape, or form stop us from helping people learn, from being altruistic in its true sense, which is really just better expressed as compassion. To look at a different quote here by David Hume, he says there are just 3 laws of nature: the right of possession, transference by consent, and the performance of promises. These are the ultimate foundations of order that make possible markets and prosperity. Interestingly, as an aside, Hume died in 1776, before this text was translated, the Tao Te Ching, into English. Knowing when to stop is incredibly important. But without the functional ability to do so, we've kind of given up the whole point. A functional society, a free society, one in which we can thrive now and future generations can thrive as well, is one that allows people to know when to stop and protects their ability to do so. Perfectionism. Extreme perfection seems imperfect, for it never stops perfecting. Extreme fulfillment appears empty, for it never stops filling. Extreme straightness appears crooked, extreme skill clumsy, extreme eloquence stammering. Not extreme perfection, but purity and clarity are the targets at which we should aim. That is chapter 45 of the Tao Te Ching. And this is one where I wish I had other copies of the Tao Te Ching with me, because there are certainly some words that I'd like to look into a little bit further here. So I'm going to sidestep, I guess, that a little bit, and look at some tangential pieces around this. And the first thing that arose in my mind was a translation from Zhuangzi, a second core text in the Tao Te Ching, which reads, quote, "We try to determine what we deem right and wrong. We stay with our views like we swore an oath of allegiance. We defend what we believe to be superior, but our opinions wither like autumn and winter, and the power of the words diminish by day." Again, Zhuangzi, first translated into English 1889 by a gentleman by the name of Herbert Giles. And I'd like to jump over now to a few moral elements of capitalism that I think are relevant here. First, it is a reality that change is a constant. And capitalism doesn't claim or promise perfection. It's consistent with the human reality, realistic, based in reality, not idealistic. Second, capitalism is an option, not a requirement. The enforcement is marred by human error, but allows for the maximum innovation. Try whatever you want, as long as it's in the bounds of consent. The errors that are made on that bound of consent, those are the ones that are the purpose of government to attend to. Third, capitalism makes no inherent claim of superiority. If a system arose that better accommodated for human value and consent, that innovation would not be precluded or stopped by capitalism in any way. Fourth, on the topic of risk, a republic, if you can keep it. No system can force compliance, and capitalism doesn't pretend that it can be done. What happens in each of our minds is ours and ours alone. Fifth, capitalism ensures each person has freedom to pursue the targets they find valuable. Purity, clarity, perfection, life, liberty, happiness, health, happiness, satisfaction. These are many of the different things that people might aim at, but they're just words. They're not the thing itself. The best we can do is to ensure that people have the space, the freedom to fill in that blank for themselves, to find the right words, or perhaps to not find the words at all. I don't have any better way to say this than another text from Zhuangzi, which I've certainly used before if you've been following along, but I'll read this briefly. You catch fish with a trap. You get the fish and forget the trap. You catch hares with a snare. You get the hare and forget the snare. You catch ideas from words. You get the idea and forget the words. Where do I meet someone who has forgotten the words so we can have a talk? Contentment. When a nation follows the Tao, its horses are harnessed to plows. When a nation ignores the Tao, its horses are girded for war. There is no sin greater than desire. There is no misfortune greater than discomfort. There is no calamity greater than greed. To know the Tao is to know contentment. That is chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching. And the takeaway lesson that I'd like to frame this around is the importance of finding peace along the way. We never arrive at better in a perfect sense. We only have the snapshots, and where we're at now is relative to where we're at before. But to arrive at better is actually an indication of the future, which isn't quite relevant. And that reminds me of a quote from Salvador Dali, which is, "Have no fear of perfection. You'll never reach it." And I don't think this is pithy. It's a fundamental truth. We can define better, we can seek better, but to desire better, to be discontent with our current circumstances, to be greedy, isn't value added. It's actually likely a limitation, preventing the joy that's possible in each and every moment. To be content where we are is to already arrive at where we want to be. It sounds a little circular, but it's worth some time to think on that I'm not going to spend in this 5 minutes. A nation, the structure of how a nation is governed and built, following or ignoring the Tao, is in all circumstances each person ignoring or following. There are certainly rules and structures that get put into place that people become obligated to follow, and I'm going to get more into that in just a second. However, as a precursor to that, we are at all times both apart and together. How you personally can do this is the title of chapter 47, which we're going to get into tomorrow. Where I'd like to spend the last 2.5, 3 minutes here is on the role of artists like Salvador Dali. Poor communication is a problem, in that expressing contentment, expressing what better means, expressing our joys, our frustrations, our greatest moments, our worst moments, basically explaining lived experience is always going to be difficult. However, great art is one of the more effective ways of communicating things that artists have found important, which in many cases, the reason that great art sticks is because it's expressing something that is unifying. And I recently had the chance to check out some of Dali's work. This is actually unrelated. I had written down next to chapter 46, "Have no fear of perfection, you'll never reach it," and happened to see these in St. Petersburg, Florida, last week. And I think this is particularly interesting because Dali had an obsession with bureaucrats. A number of his different works were focused around bureaucratic action and the temperament and role of a bureaucrat. Critics say that this is related to his father, who happened to be a bureaucrat, and he has a couple things in there, specifically bureaucrats with their heads empty, filled with seashells, crafting a liquid skull, a measure of death, into some shape as they're sitting, with their sock stirrups on. And there's something interesting here, which is to say when a nation follows the Tao, or when a nation ignores the Tao, is in many ways an expression of what happens when the people who are in charge of administering laws, the people who are the bureaucrats, the politicians, the leaders, how are they actually interacting with the idea of contentment? Many of them are locked into systems that are very rigid, very inflexible, and as a result, in many cases, they end up doing harm. This is certainly the case. I think Dali would argue this as we look at the rather insulting pictures of the way that he interacted with his father. There's maybe perhaps another argument to be made there about the type of person that is attracted to this type of work, but I'm certainly not willing to put that as a blanket statement over everyone who is attempting to work within the confines of a system. What I will point out is that contentment is important along the way, and finding a path to be happy in each and every moment while seeking to arrive at a better place is a skill. It's a practice. It's part of what Taoism points to, and many of these religious practices or just self-improvement practices generally suggest we do. Take a look at where we're at, appreciate it, while also looking toward the future. Explore within. Without going abroad, you can have knowledge of the world. Without gazing at stars, you can perceive the heavenly Tao. The more you wander, the less you know. The wise explore without traveling, discern without seeing, finish without striving, and arrive at their destination without leaving home. That is chapter 47 of the Tao Te Ching. And to a certain extent, this is a continuation of yesterday. I mentioned that yesterday's title was Contentment. And chapter 47, following 46, kind of explores literally within. How do you gain contentment in your own life? And what it suggests here is, hey, this is how to develop self-control, critical thinking, understanding of the self, understanding of value. And it's nice to see when these chapters follow each other coherently. And what it seems to be saying is, start by being where you are. It might be easier to reduce distractions. Exploring within is a mechanism to understand value itself, which can then be used in each moment. We can use our experience. We can each be where we are, both together and apart, as we are both in each moment, despite distractions. There's also no shortcuts. Don't try to be clever with it. And that's what we're going to talk about in chapter 48 tomorrow, titled Cleverness. To be clever with it is to live in the future, and you're not in the future. You're here, now. I also want to point out a particular word that stood out to me in this. This is in the second stanza. It says, the more you wander, the less you know. And I want to think a little bit about what it means to wander. Wandering insinuates non-intentional navigation through change, aimlessness to a certain extent. And that's a little different, I guess, or rather worth some clarification when you look at something like wu wei, effortless flow, moving through time. And in many cases, that can be perceived as water going downhill is simply going along with whatever it comes up with. And as a result, it's pushed in different directions. It's moved in ways that it can't control. And while in many ways that's true, there are also forces, truths, realities that are influencing this. And gravity would be one of them, as an example. What I'd like to put out here is that the more you wander, the less you know, can also be flipped around. Moving intentionally, or at least moving in a way that is consistent with reality, is going to empower greater direction. It'll allow for more knowing, more understanding. It'll make it easier to explore within. This is a direct relation to two things. One is something like the intentionality of meditation, taking time aside to be still, to reduce distractions, to take a look at what is happening in the mind, and without going too far down this path, also what is beyond the mind. Exploring within can be a valuable act, certainly, but it also is an intentional act. To go exploring is to go looking for something. And the only way to find out whether or not that's possible for you, or value added for you, or worthwhile for you, is to take the time to do it. Now, you're on an app. You are engaging with something that is designed to be a distraction, that is designed to push you to further content, to click play on the next item. And instead, what I'd suggest, if you are interested in chapter 48, talking about cleverness, is between this and that, or this chapter 47 and whatever you're going to listen to next, is to take 5 minutes, as if you were just going on to click play, and spend those 5 minutes in silence. Spend those 5 minutes perhaps with your eyes closed, just breathing, just exploring within. Consider, if you would, not analyzing what happens in those 5 minutes, but just observing. Cleverness. Those who study in school become clever, while those who practice the Tao become simple. Again and again, students of the Tao must humble themselves until they reach the state of non-doing, Then they will do nothing, yet leave nothing undone. In ruling a nation, one must not use cleverness. The clever are not fit to command. That is chapter 48 of the Tao Te Ching. At the heart of free exchange of value is the realization that you are an end in yourself. You have value. Just by being human, just by being you, you are the only person who gets to live your life. You're the only person who gets to make every single decision in your own lived experience. And at the end of the day, you're the only one who actually gets to have the lived experience that is this one-of-a-kind thing in the history, past, present, and future of the universe. It's curious that the heart of capitalism, value, is realizing you don't need to buy or sell anything to have immeasurable value in your possession. In the course of free exchange, in the material world, if you're going to buy anything, let it be a reminder of what you already have. Is what you purchase using money or barter or any other exchange that is allowed in the pursuit of happiness in the free market under capitalism, is it adding to the value of your lived experience? Right now on my desk, I have 50, 60 pens. I accumulate them over time, right? I pick them up, I'm out, I happen to have them, they're from around the house, and they get consolidated in one place. And I don't need them. In fact, they're clutter. They're not value added. However, I have many more books surrounding me than I do just these 60 pens. And every single one of them is value added because they provide a window to explore lived experience. It's one of the beautiful things about art, about creation, about different kinds of communication, the written word, television shows, movies, art pieces, music. These are all different ways that we communicate value with each other on top of the closer, more intimate connections that we have with our close friends, our close family, our spouses, our kids, our grandparents, all of these different types of relationships. What the Tao Te Ching says in this case is to let go of cleverness, and to do so in a way that allows you to find contentment. That was the chapter 46. That was the title of chapter 46, rather. And in chapter 47, it suggested that you should explore within. And I mentioned that there are no shortcuts to doing that. One of the things that comes up again and again and again, not just in this text, but everything from the words of Jesus Christ to Jewish traditions to Buddhism, Taoism, across many, many, many different schools of thought, it suggests that a good place to start in finding contentment, in understanding your own lived experiences, to become a little more simple. Those who practice the Tao become simple. Students of the Tao must humble themselves, become childlike, filled with and experiencing wonder. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Thoreau said this. Humble yourself. Lao Tzu says. And at the same time, their words mean nothing. My words mean nothing. What do you say? This is, after all, your lived experience, and one of a kind. Only you get to live it. Universality. Wise rulers have boundless hearts. for in the hearts of the people they find their own. The wise ruler treats the good with goodness, and treats the not so good with goodness too, for goodness is its own reward. The wise ruler treats the faithful with good faith, and treats the unfaithful with good faith too, for good faith is its own reward. Wise rulers are universal. The people are their eyes and ears. That is chapter 49 of the Tao Te Ching. This universe, this reality, only exists in this moment with you in it as a ruler of yourself. There's no other way that the universe could be right now than the way that it is. That is a reality. There is no changing it. If the world were different, if reality were different, it wouldn't be reality. It wouldn't be what we're experiencing. And whether you are doing good or not so good, this chapter suggests that you should treat yourself with goodness. Belief is a funny thing. It's an attainable superpower, an attainable human superpower. What we choose to believe, each of us, informs how we act. How we act informs, and in some cases actually is, how we interact. Society itself is built on belief. Our own perception of ourselves is built on belief. What downside comes from the belief that each person has boundless value? Is there any downside? Is there any downside to the belief that respecting the consent of others, by doing this, we are free to discover and affirm the value present in all people, in ourselves? We are both apart and together at all times. We are apart in that we each have our own lived experience. However, we are also all part of this universe, all part of this reality. The universe is you at the time and place that you are. Now, what this chapter goes on to say is wise rulers are universal. The people are their eyes and ears. Because we do have this funny little thing in our human consciousness, our ability to communicate with each other in a way that, to our knowledge, no other creature can. There's an incredible diversity in the way that we choose and the way that we are able to share parts of our lived experience. And despite the fact that we can never do it perfectly, I can never know what it is to be you, you can never know what it is to be me, we can do a good job pointing to this space and say, hey, this is something that has value to me. It is important to me. It has changed my life. You should check it out. You should enjoy it. You should appreciate it. This is the basis of the exchange of the massive behemoth that is communication, entertainment in our world. And though I have often rallied against some of what I'd call distractions, the things that are not value added, that's because the power always rests with the people. The power always rests with each person to say yes or to say no to the different versions of communication and value that are out there. Because the definitions of each of these are going to be different. What is valuable to you, what improves your life, is almost certainly in some way going to be different than how I would define that. So what do we look for in wise rulers? Whether that is our own rulership over ourselves or those who we delegate authority to as the people providing as consent of the governed. The wise ruler treats the good with goodness and treats the not so good with goodness too, for goodness is its own reward. In other words, it's not the role of a leader. It's not the role of a ruler to decide what is good or bad for someone else. The only constraint on the free expression and pursuit of what we value is the rights of our fellow humans who also have certain unalienable rights. invulnerable. Life is a going forth. Death is a returning home. Out of 10 people, 3 are seeking life, 3 are seeking death, 3 are dying. Only 1 is immortal. The wise, when they travel, are never attacked by wild beasts, and when they are coming upon soldiers, they do not fear for their lives. The rhinoceros cannot find a place to horn them, nor the tiger a place to claw them, nor soldiers a place to wound them. Why? Because the wise are invulnerable. In this chapter 50 of the Tao Te Ching, we are reminded that someday we are going to return home. Right now, and in each moment of life, you get to choose how to go forth. That is the unalienable right of your human experience. What is next in your adventure? This is a question that we get to answer again and again and again. What is next in your adventure? To ensure that that answer leads you to a place that you want to go, to the happiness that you are seeking to pursue, it may be helpful to focus on another question. What do you value? Life is a going forth. Death is a returning home. Profound virtue. The Tao gives life to all things. Virtue feeds them. Matter shapes them. Energy completes them. This is why all things honor the Tao and esteem virtue. Honor for the Tao and esteem for virtue arise spontaneously. For the Tao gives life to all creatures, and virtue nurses them, raises them, nurtures, matures, and protects them. The Tao gives life freely, making no claim of ownership. Virtue forms them, but does not force them, raises them, but does not rule them. This is why virtue is profound. That is chapter 51 of the Tao Te Ching. Probably the most important takeaway in my mind from this is the reiteration of the fact that you can't own another person. Giving life freely makes no claim of ownership, forms but does not force, raises but does not rule. There's something baked into this text, which is the foundation of human value and the human experience of living. When we think about the next generations and what's possible for them, we also understand that things are going to change. And there is a degree of compassion, I think, a degree of love for future generations, right? We're all parents to the next generation. And in many cases, a vast majority of people decide to pass on their genes through procreation. That is an act of love. I would argue, in many cases at least, I think many would agree, and if you don't, then that's, I suppose, neither here nor there, because in either case, love is the underlying structure. And love doesn't start with the law, and truly no law is able to contain expressions of love. The harder the effort, the harder the work that law attempts to limit expressions of love, there's additional damage done in that expression. If we think about all of the instances of different kinds of love that have been limited, whether that is based limitations on the kind of sexual marital love that has been expressed, or simply the ability to be friends, to be close, to exchange value with different kinds of people, there is no ism that can fully capture the exchange and truth that is love in human experience. The best that an ism can do truly is to get out of the way enough that love can not just grow but thrive. Because love is not going to be expressed the same way by each person, it doesn't make sense to codify it into one single set of rules. In doing so, there is inherently a separation of some who have their version of happiness intact and those who have completely lost it. Capitalism, the free exchange of value where the proper role of government is to protect individual rights, doesn't mandate action. It's consistent with this reality. It doesn't mandate action and allows everything to be done, which is very, very close to what has been said in the Tao Te Ching before. Remember back chapter 48, they will do nothing and yet nothing will be left undone. Free trade, the free exchange of value, is an expression of the Tao. Even here we see forms but does not force. This is, how we form opinions, how we develop opinions. We're really, this is the expression of marketing, salesmanship, how we actually exchange, kind of translating between these vastly different kinds of value. Just to provide an example. Similarly, raises but does not rule. This is, raising the standard of living, raising our quality of life without ruling. This is the result that happens in capitalist free market systems. As we've seen throughout history, this is, something that can be backed up with simple economic data, but quite frankly, that's boring. It's less important than the human experience itself. And we could get into data, but do we really need to have data to make the argument that human beings have value? We've spent a lot of time, and capitalism generally tends to lend itself to arguments about differentiation and how we all have our own views. But united is just as important. What we have in common with each other is also worth protecting. Capitalism does both. The Tao's light. When creation began, the Tao became the world's mother. When you know your mother, you also know that you are her child. When you recognize that you are a child, you will stay close to your mother so she can keep you safe. Those who watch their mouths and guard their actions will be free from trouble to the end of life. Those who babble and meddle in others' business cannot escape from trouble even to the end of life. To recognize your insignificance is empowering. To show sympathy is strength. Those who follow the Tao's light arrive at enlightenment. That is chapter 52 of the Tao Te Ching. Every time we let go, we find love. If we don't find love, we're not letting go. At the core of humanity is love. It's compassion. Light is another way of describing love, compassion, value in the highest degree. What both the Tao Te Ching and capitalism share is compassionate, loving optimism of each person's innate ability to not just know value, but to create, embody, and experience value in life. Taoism suggests one possible path to realize that in life, like all paths to value, to life, liberty, happiness, health, fulfillment. Following the Tao's light involves and requires the human ability to say yes to that version of value and to say no to other versions of happiness. In no circumstance should consensual love, compassion, happiness, joy be limited by force of law. To use force in this way is to meddle in others' business, to overestimate your significance. The use of force to meddle in others' business, this chapter says, is to make trouble, negatives, a permanent fixture in life. When we let go of that attempt to control others, that use of force, we fall into love, into light itself. Love is, of course, just a word. And what an opportunity, how exciting. If you're taking me too seriously, it's missing the point. As soon as you know for you, you no longer need me. You have everything you need to be you, independent and free. It's always there. What are you going to do with it? The plain way. Even if you lack great learning, still you can walk in the ways of the great Tao. It is not ignorance but cleverness that you should fear. The great way is very plain, so the proud prefer the bypaths. When the palace is splendid, the fields are likely to be weedy and the granaries empty. To wear jewels and silks, to flash your weapons, to eat and drink excessively, to store up wealth and treasure, this is the way of robbers. Pomp is contrary to the Tao. That is chapter 53. Capitalism is often portrayed as massive accumulation. which misunderstands the nature of free exchange. Free exchange has, by its nature, baked in the fundamental right to say no. To say no to accumulation, to say no to a particular deal, to say no to someone else's version of happiness. Baked into free exchange is the right to pursue happiness in moderation, in simplification, in rejection of personal excess without prescribing a best way to live. The great way, a valuable life, is an opportunity for every person, without exception. When this chapter talks about palaces are, at least in the time and place that this book was written, and I still believe this to be true generally today, a palace is a reference to a place where a leader lives. A ruler is perhaps a better way to say that. When those who are in charge, consensually or otherwise, live in splendid places, have jewels and silks, flash their weapons, eat and drink excessively, they're not doing their job. Downstream, whether it's food related or other missing pieces in a functional society, the granaries are empty, the various forms of sustenance, whether they be physical or emotional or mental, they are eroded. And this is spoken about in other chapters throughout the Tao Te Ching. This is just this one instance dropped in. Keep in mind that this book was, in many ways, has been used as a leadership manual, a suggestion for how to be a good leader, a good ruler over your own life, and also if you are fortunate enough, or perhaps unfortunate enough, to be in a position of power over others. How might you consider your role? How might you go about doing this in a way that is moral? When rulers are robbers, that means they're taking. What does a robber do? They steal, they take, they violate consent. This is what capitalism does so well, is it articulates in no uncertain terms that each person, regardless of their stature or position in life, no matter their means, no matter the color of their skin, their gender, their sexual orientation, any different element of who you are, your expression of love, of joy, whatever you choose value-wise to accumulate in your life, or whatever your innate traits are, you have unalienable rights. And you deserve to be protected from being robbed. Not to just focus on the negative possibilities as this chapter does, I'd go as far as to point out that this is an opportunity for happiness, to have full granaries, to have a meaningful, fulfilling, satisfying life for yourself, those you love, and for all people. A model for others. A tree that is well planted is not easily uprooted. A treasure that is well guarded is not easily taken away. If you pass on the Tao to your children, your family's virtue will endure. The one who practices the Tao shows that virtue is real. The family that practices the Tao shows that virtue is abiding. The township that practices the Tao shows that virtue is enduring. The nation that practices the Tao shows that virtue is expansive. The empire that practices the Tao shows that virtue is universal. One person becomes a model for others, one family for other families, one town for other towns, one nation for other nations, one empire for all empires. In chapter 54 of the Tao Te Ching, we are reminded of the reality that action starts with one person. All actions are done by a person, never done by people. In no circumstance are a people acting. At no point is a group capable of acting. In all cases, an individual acts, or individuals act, meaning that in every circumstance, there is something that can be controlled. There is something that we have the ability to influence and make a decision about. And that is our own actions, what we choose to do, the action of the human being that we are the ruler of, which is ourself. That's not to say, of course, that the decisions are easy or without consequence or are entirely free, because we live in this imperfect reality. At all times, what we do is going to have effects downstream, and at all times, the decisions that are laid before us are influenced by what has come before. However, where many times this could be thought of as a limitation, something that's holding us back, it may be helpful to simply consider it as a reality. Meaning, it's not changeable. It's not worth fighting over, because to disagree or be unhappy or dissatisfied with the reality as it currently is to fight against gravity, to fight against the progression of time, to fight against the nature of things as they are. And we simply don't have the ability to overcome reality. We can seek to change the way that things will be in the future, but reality in the moment that it occurs simply is what it is. And I point this out because of the way that this chapter 54 frames up this entire argument of being a model for others. This puts it in two different ways. One, that we can look to others despite the fact that we are island universes, in the words of Aldous Huxley. Despite the fact that we are separate but interconnected, we act on and react to one another. We do have the ability to look to others for examples of how to reach for a better future, to find and hold and experience value in our own lives. And at the same time, we also have the ability to be that for other people. These are quick and easy words to say, of course, but as chapter 54 begins, a tree that is well planted is not easily uprooted. And that does speak to the passage of time that is necessary to create good things on a truly strong scale. A tree does not spring up overnight. Trees live hundreds of years, and truly one of the most difficult things about being human is the fact that as we look to future generations, we don't have the whole picture. Our actions, what unfolds over the course of years, is likely going to bear fruit long after we're gone. That being said, it's a treasure that's worth guarding, and guarding well. And the way to do that isn't through force or through violence. The way to do that is by ensuring that future generations are protected along the way. That they have the ability to practice virtue in a way that is best for the time that they live in. Become childlike. The virtuous are like innocent children. Poisonous insects will not sting them, wild beasts will not seize them, birds of prey will not attack them. Their bones may be weak and their muscles tender, but their grasp is sure. They know nothing of power, yet they are bursting with life. Their spirits are strong. They can sob and cry all day without becoming hoarse. Their voices are harmonious indeed. To know this harmony is to know the eternal. To know the eternal is to know enlightenment. To increase life is to know blessedness. To increase inner vitality is to gain strength. As creatures grow and mature, they begin to decay. This is the opposite of the Tao. The Tao remains forever young. This is chapter 55 of the Tao Te Ching, and I only have one line underlined here, and that is, to know this harmony is to know the eternal. And I thought it was curious, truly, because it talks about, in the previous stanza, sobbing and crying all day, having an entire day of complete misery, and that is described as harmonious. In fact, to know this harmony is to know the eternal. To experience this is to know enlightenment. On a first glance, that seems like a conflicting idea, as so many of these chapters are. However, this also points to the fact that we live in an imperfect world, and to a great extent, we simply have to find peace with that. No matter how hard we try, no matter how hard we work, no matter what we do to try to build and construct a perfect world, imperfections are going to exist. Even if every single human being on earth behaved in a perfectly moral manner, respecting the consent of every other perfectly valuable human being, there would still be imperfect weather. People would still die. People would still get sick. At the very least, in the grand cosmic scale of things, at some point, Earth is going to be consumed by the sun, right? It's a little bit dramatic to say it that way, but in the grand scale of millions and billions of years, things are imperfect. One of the most common ideas or perhaps misinterpretations of capitalist thought or libertarian thought, and I'll say that with a small L to clarify, is that they are pursuing the complete removal of any governance structure. And I think that makes a lot of people very upset, rather uncomfortable. Instead, I think it's worth pointing out that the pursuit of just government acknowledges that the world is imperfect and recognizes that there are some things within our control and there are some things outside of our control. And when I say our control, I mean human beings. We cannot at this point prevent the vast cosmic destruction that occurs. We can't stop stars from crashing into each other. We can't stop the eventual death of this planet. What we can control, each of us, is our own actions and our own behaviors. What we can find within ourselves is a way to peacefully interact despite the imperfections that are happening all around us. When we are sobbing and crying, depressed, upset, angry, frustrated with the world, finding harmony in that is a challenge. If you've spent much time around children, though, there's something very important that kids are able to do, which is to let go of what was making them upset, to find joy in the next new thing, in the wonder of discovery. And in this world, there are no shortage of things that are full and deserving of wonder. Despite the inherent weakness of our bones, the tenderness of our muscles, our grasp on what is real and what we value can be entirely sure. Embrace mystery. Those who talk do not know. Those who know do not talk. The wise shut their mouths and watch their actions. They dull their sharpness, unravel their tangles, dim their brilliance, and embrace the mysterious. They cannot be moved by praise or blame. They cannot be changed by profit or loss. They cannot be honored or humiliated. And so the wise are truly honored. In This chapter 56 of the Tao Te Ching, there is another indication of a shared similarity between the foundation of capitalism and the cornerstone of the Tao Te Ching, which is the acknowledgement that no matter how hard we try, we cannot fully know another person. And yet, so much of what we have, and in terms of our lives, our approaches, our behaviors, are similar. It is mysterious that there are things we don't know. There are things beyond our knowledge, beyond our control, and at the very least, even as we seek to explore and understand, right, how much have we learned since the Tao Te Ching was written thousands of years ago? How much have we learned since the foundation of capitalism and the creation of America? Even just the authoring of the Declaration of Independence, how much has been learned? And how much is yet unknown? It is a natural state that there are things which are beyond our knowledge. And far from calling this some kind of disaster, something that we need to deal with, a call to action, a crisis that requires intervention, that requires safety, that requires the fear in our hearts, the Tao Te Ching instead says, embrace the mysterious. Dulling one's sharpness, unraveling our own tangles, dimming brilliance. This leads back to several chapters ago when it talks about knowing where to stop. Not to cease change, which is impossible, or to cease progress, which would be catastrophic, but simply to recognize that the time and place that we are at, where we are in the moment that we are, still has value. And to be worried about all the things that are beyond our control, beyond our ability to change, is exhausting. And in fact, it is distracting from our ability to bring value into our own lives and into the lives of others. As we determine what to do with the finite time that we have, we can start with the question that only we can answer and that changes, perhaps moment to moment, day to day, year to year. What do you value? Good government. The government is best administered with virtue. The army is best directed with strategy. The people are best ruled by giving them freedom. How do I know this is so? By the Tao. The more restrictions are enacted, the poorer the people become. The more soldiers patrol the streets, the more disorderly the city becomes. The more officials are crafty and cunning, the harder the people are to control. The more laws and orders are issued, the more thieves and robbers abound. The wise ruler says, if I practice restraint, the people will reform themselves. If I love peace, the people will become peaceful. If I am not greedy, the people will become prosperous. If I practice simplicity, the people will remain simple. In this chapter 57 of the Tao Te Ching, I am certainly aware of the fact that 5 minutes is far too short a time to dig into any of the perhaps 15 topics that we could cover in this. I think even just one of these, looking very specifically at backing up the claim that people are best ruled by giving them freedom, that alone could take up 45 minutes. And I want to cut it off just to jump into two specific topics. One is a very interesting claim that this chapter makes, which says, how do I know that this is so? By the Tao, which is very similar. I've spoken about this previously, so I won't tell the whole story again about how Buddha demonstrated enlightenment to the ascetics and brought them along into enlightenment. This is also very similar to what Jefferson says when he talks about self-evident truths. In other words, the burden of proof to say that each person does not have certain unalienable rights, to say that people are not best ruled by giving them freedom, the burden of proof is on those who would disagree. Because it is inherent to the human experience that human beings have value. It is inherent to the experience of living that freedom is beneficial. And it probably begs the question, which is my second point, of asking whether or not you can give someone freedom in the first place. Freedom is a natural state of being. We can be interreliant. We can have shared interests and goals and projects that we work together on. But at no point is a human being to be made a slave. At no point is a human being to be made lesser to the will of someone else. At no point does someone not have the human right to their own life. Which in this chapter, as we talk about the title here being good government, that is a very clear mandate to say government should not be interfering in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's interesting, and I'll point this out again, that Jefferson at no point was exposed to the Tao Te Ching. At no point was this text available in a language that he had access to. It was a different time. So it's fascinating that they arrive at the exact same point. It's fascinating that they arrive at the exact same conclusion. And I do believe that there is an opportunity here for us in 2023 to evaluate this text in the context of what Jefferson brought to the table, to what Adam Smith brought to the table, to what each of the different choices that we have at our disposal, we as the living, as those who are the governed, as those who have the right to life, who have life itself, and as a result have certain unalienable rights. Within each person is the ability to make a choice, to move toward the type of governance that they believe to be good. And that is only bound not by the creativity of our minds, which can go on and on and on. We are only bound by the unalienable rights of others, the love and respect, the care that we have for each unique, diverse, fascinating person who also has the right to their life. Simple and square. When an administration practices simplicity, the people are content. When an administration is noisy, the people become unruly. When the labor of the many supports the happiness of the few, such happiness only conceals misery. Who can stop the cycle? It never ceases. The normal becomes abnormal, the fortunate becomes unfortunate, the people are kept in confusion. Wise rulers are square, but they do not poke. They are angular, but do not injure. They are upright, but not cross. They are bright, but not glaring. This is chapter 58 of the Tao Te Ching, again titled Simple and Square, and this is building directly on chapter 57, which is titled Good Government. So this chapter starts by talking about what do you want if you want people who are content and peaceful? In a very simple phrase, it says the government should be very simple. It should be very minimal. It really shouldn't have too many moving parts. It shouldn't be complicated. It certainly shouldn't have 30,000 pages of laws that people are expected to follow. It shouldn't be nosy. There is an expectation of privacy that people have, and a right to privacy that exists in each human life. Right now in the United States of America, the average person commits 3 felonies a day. Those aren't murders. These aren't anything that are particularly crazy. In some cases, they're ludicrous. Some of the crimes currently on the books are simply bizarre. There's one crime, a law that makes it a crime to sell turkey ham as ham turkey, or with the words turkey and ham in different fonts. That's U.S. Code 461 9 CFR 381.171. I'm not an attorney. I'm reading this because I thought it was ludicrous, so please take that with a grain of salt. Another piece of law makes it a federal crime to handle a crate full of imported primates without wearing waterproof shoes. I mean, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of crimes on the book, and many are vague. There's a problem here. I'm mostly just going to deal with the first stanza about simplicity and nosiness, because there's something that happens very, very quickly. A separate U.S. statute here makes you a felon if you brought a cucumber out of the Carolinas. And the result of being charged with that felony could be the loss of the ability to travel, the right to bear arms, the right to vote, the ability to adopt children, the ability to hold certain jobs, to live in certain neighborhoods, to serve on a jury. All of these can simply disappear. And yet we have to ask, and I'm going to break exactly what I just said and look briefly at the second stanza in this, or paragraph in this chapter 58, Simple and Square of the Tao Te Ching, where it says, when the labor of many supports the happiness of a few, such happiness only conceals misery. And we have to ask, these laws, which are on the books, of which there are more than 30,000 statutes that have been enacted since 1789, who are they serving? Who is reaping the benefits? There are human beings who are creating these laws, who are making them. And yet they are serving a subsection. Is it the role of a good government to provide special treatment to some at the expense of others? What the Tao Te Ching says is that happiness is going to conceal misery, not just for those who are doing the labor, but also for those who are among the few. Because it's the striving for perfection, to get rid of all of the imperfections that exist in our imperfect reality, that leads to suffering. That it's an expression of attachment. Here's where I'm going to break with the Tao Te Ching. Who can stop the cycle, it says? It never ceases. Well, it may be true that there are imperfections, that there are things that will never be perfect. What we have in each of our lives is the opportunity to define better for ourselves and to enjoy every single moment of our lives along the way. Life without limits. In ruling and in life, nothing surpasses moderation. One must form the habit early. Acquiring moderation results in accumulated virtue. By accumulating virtue, nothing is impossible. If nothing is impossible, one knows no limits. If one knows no limits, one may rule the empire. Those who possess moderation will endure. They have deep roots and strong stems. This is the secret to a long life and lasting insight into the Tao. This is chapter 59 of the Tao Te Ching, Life Without Limits. And this paints a really powerful picture. I think there are many people who wouldn't want a life without limits? Truly, to have every object of your heart's desire, everything that you can possibly imagine being positive, what a way to live. And it's fascinating because in the exact, perhaps to flip it on its head, in the very first line it says, hey, nothing surpasses moderation. So what are the limits? It seems to be suggesting that there are no limits, but at the very same time, there is a degree of wisdom that comes along with recognizing what I would argue, and I don't think that the Tao Te Ching is necessarily saying this, but I think it is one possible interpretation, that you right now can live a life without limits. If what you understand to be true is consistent with reality, if you are decreasing the friction, the battle between what is real and what is imagined. Now, part of what my bio says is that I'm thinking about the next generations, and this is done through the context of both the Tao Te Ching, Taoism, and through capitalism and the founding of America, because personally I think it's fascinating that these ideas arose in such drastically different cultures at drastically different times, and though these are the two examples that I'm using, or two time frames that I'm using, these ideas arise independently all the time. And oftentimes, though, the way that they come to the forefront of a person's mind is by seeking silence, seeking simplicity. There's a particular role of a parent that comes into helping one's child live a life without limits. And that is, as this says, nothing surpasses moderation. One must form the habit early. Why not earlier than childhood? Starting when we were kids, we have the opportunity to start developing and learning. And unfortunately, so many people may choose to stop learning as they transition into adulthood, as life becomes busy, as distractions become more prevalent. There's, of course, some recommendations in there that I would say are particularly important to reduce distractions, to insist on continuing to learn. If nothing is impossible, one knows no limits. If one knows no limits, one may rule the empire. What is the empire? At the very least, it's rule over yourself. It's control over your own life. Having control over your own life, your own mind, having self-control, having the ability to think critically and evaluate what is true and what is false is an attainable superpower. To those who do not have it, it will look as if it is magical. To them, it will look like you are doing the impossible, that you have no limits. However, this brief phrase that by knowing no limits, one may rule the empire, nothing is impossible, it's also a look beyond the self. It's a wise way to evaluate who to choose, who to vote for, who to elect to leadership. We can't do all things. Delegation is an important part of leading a functional, happy life. Keeping these elements in mind is a fantastic way to build a functional society in which all people's rights are protected. Fearless. One should do great things as one fries small fish, simply, boldly, without fear. By following the Tao, one may successfully rule an empire. Ghosts will not frighten, gods will not harm, charlatans will not mislead the people. When the people live freely and fearlessly, virtue will abound. In this chapter 60 of the Tao Te Ching, titled Fearless, I want to start with the very last sentence. Virtue will abound. Now, virtue means high moral standards, which in many cases can be problematic. Having particular high moral standards that are based on exclusive or hierarchical designs leads to making some people lesser citizens. In other words, virtue can have many different meanings. But if it isn't backed up by a framework that protects the consent of each person, there's going to be a problem. Some people are going to be made lesser, and others are going to elevate themselves above that group. There's a distinct separation between the self and the other, the in-group and the out-group, and that, historically at least, has led to violence. That doesn't seem like the type of situation on its face that would be encouraging of living a fearless life. That being said, a high moral standard can truly be a great thing. It is often a principle by which people seek to define and then seek to improve their lives through virtuous acts. This chapter says that one should do great things as one fries small fish, simply, boldly, and without fear. Here is where the instructiveness of how to properly institute governance comes into play. There's a few words that make sense. Simply, boldly, freely, fearlessly. A government that has equal rights for all people, the opportunity to pursue their own version of health, happiness, and fulfillment, satisfaction, well-being. There are so many different words for how people define a good life. Having simple guidelines is going to make this easier. Doing so boldly, doing so by drawing a clear line on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. Doing this in a way that encompasses all people and extends to them the same rights. This is what capitalism does. Capitalism says each and every person, without exception, has certain rights, and the proper role of governance is to ensure that those rights are protected. Every single person is free to exchange value. And value isn't just money. Value is love. It's friendship. It's the warm, fuzzy feeling you get when you're interacting with someone you love. It's your property. That includes ownership of the self and the pursuit of defining yourself. This is what it says when the Tao Te Ching references people live freely. And as a result of that, virtue will abound. All of the goods are maximized and all of the harms are minimized. Though freedom can be codified to a certain extent, at least without defining what specifically you're pursuing, a government and a system of laws can say very clearly, you are free to pursue them so long as you do not cause infringements on other people's rights. You do not violate their consent. The second part of this is to live fearlessly. And that is something that comes from learning and looking within. Submission. A well-governed state is like a woman. Just as a woman, through cheerful and able service, wins control of a man, so a great state, by its peaceful generosity to smaller countries, wins their allegiance. And so a small state, by yielding to a great state, wins influence over it. Some submit to a conqueror, others conquer by submitting. Great states have no higher purpose than to form a federation and feed the people. Small states have no higher purpose than to enter a federation and serve the people. They have different ends, but to achieve them, both must practice submission. This is chapter 61 of the Tao Te Ching. And I believe this is less a comment on gender than it initially seems, especially given the context of 2023. Remember chapter 28, there's the balance of masculine and feminine, as well as the changing nature of those words, not just on the grand scale between generations, of course, between the time that Tao Te Ching was written, the time that capitalism came into existence to now, but also this changes regularly in our lives. We also live in a reality where people choose to persuade. That's an important part of interacting with other people, especially in politics and government, a place where debate is the way that things are best figured out. Without the responsibility of self-ownership, I understand how easy it could be to blur the lines on individual rights. People can only meet you as deeply as they've met themselves. Apparently that's a famous YouTuber who said that, a professional empath, which is fascinating. I didn't know that existed. I would be incapable, I think it's right. I would be incapable of knowing how unknowable another person is. And it's interesting to be able to love on that level, or learning to love on that level, feels like something of great value. And federal politics, I think at that point, becomes something not just distant, but burdensome unnecessarily. It's an interesting thought experiment to say, imagine that Jefferson had only stayed in Virginia because there wasn't a violation of consent that occurred. If he had been living, for example, in a more capitalist society, it would have been completely unreasonable for a king to steal from people. In that case, Jefferson, through cheerful and able service, would have been able to interact with someone who held the position of a king and generally build good relationships. I think that one of the things that is often misunderstood about capitalism is its only exclusively rugged individualism, which is true in probably the cases of many people who invest in it currently. But I think that's a missed opportunity for everyone to realize the best parts of their lives in their own way. At the very least, it's a really important way for a government to act. Interaction on the international level, if we're going to have societies, should respect the consent of every single person along the way. We wouldn't have armed conflict. We wouldn't have violent interaction. We wouldn't have many of these different things. Is it idealistic? Absolutely. We don't live in a perfect reality. We have finite resources. There are so many different reasons that our world will never be perfect. However, holding our governments accountable to the standard of respecting human rights, individual rights, and all humans are individuals, it actually frees up bandwidth for the really important things to happen, for governance to actually do the job that it is failing to do right now. It's interesting to see these chapters build on each other too, because how is this done? According to just right before, to do this fearlessly, we do it simply, boldly, without fear. We do it freely and fearlessly, and virtue will abound. The Saving Tao. The Tao is the sanctuary of all. It is the good person's treasure and the bad person's last resort. Beautiful words may sell goods, but it takes kind actions to save people? Why should people be put to death for their mistakes? Even criminals can reform. Better than riding a fine horse in the emperor's entourage is sitting and teaching those who need it most. The ancients esteemed the Tao because those who seek it will find it, and by it sinners can be saved. Is it not so? This is why the world honors the Tao. That is chapter 62 of the Tao Te Ching, and I had never read that before. The Tao is the sanctuary of all. There's no exceptions to that. There's every single person. It's an incredibly important part of this. It's a core shared principle that capitalism also happens to have. The free exchange of goods, where each and every person has the rights protected. It seems harsh. Sinners can be saved. There's some elements here I'm mostly familiar with this a little bit through the Catholic tradition, more through the Episcopalian tradition, which doesn't get into this quite as much. I've been fortunate to only come across some different tangible instances of violent religions throughout my practice here. Let me know if you'd be interested in hearing about South Africa. Specifically, particular religious experience in South Africa, maybe 15 years ago now, 12 years ago. I added an email into my bio, and this seems like a good way to use it. Looking past that, having that open space for all people to explore what brings them value is an incredibly important part of living a good life. It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's health, happiness, and fulfillment. It's all these different things that are completely unique to each person. And of course, it makes sense then to follow that. If you seek it, you will find it. Small beginnings. Avoid striving and practice non-doing. Learn to taste the tasteless, to grow the small things and to multiply the few. Respond to hatred with kindness, resolve difficulties while they are easy, and manage great things while they are small. All the world's problems arise from slight causes, and all achievements have small beginnings. The wise stay out of great affairs and so establish their greatness. Many things that appear easy are full of difficulties. This is why the wise consider everything difficult. So, in the end, they have no difficulties. That is chapter 63 of the Tao Te Ching. And the place I'd like to start with this is the difference between doing nothing and non-doing. Doing nothing is a point of stagnation. And that is a way to set oneself up for failure in a reality in which everything is changing, fast or slow. It doesn't matter. Change is a constant. Non-doing is consciously engaging with lived experience, being present and going with the flow. It makes sense from a logical perspective that all of the world's problems arise from slight causes. The things that are incredibly large are broken down, either historically or in aggregate, to individual actions. In our own lives, the actions that are taken against us, for us, again, this is talking about great difficulties, but this is also largely great things. Things that are massive, that are fantastic forces for good in our lives, are also very, very small when broken down. These have ripple effects. What this points to is each individual's ability to have a positive influence, not just in their own lives, but also in the lives of others. We have the opportunity in the choices that we make to choose kindness, to choose consent and respect for other people's consent. We have the ability to think about all of the different ways that our lives could be better, to determine what would be valuable to us, and to act on them. The Tao Te Ching in this chapter says this is why the wise consider everything difficult. In the end, they have no difficulties. This is directly in reference to the stanza before, where they talk about many things appearing easy, but are full of difficulties. This is a way to actually pull oneself out of this rat race that we can get ourselves tied into, the desire and need to constantly be doing something. The pressure to save the world, the pressure to improve everything around us, when in reality, we have the ability to improve our own lives, to improve the lives of those around us, to bring more value into each other's lives through consensual interaction. And by doing so, by practicing non-doing, conscious, active engagement with our own lived experience, we can cut so many of these problems off of the past. We have the ability to respond to hatred with kindness because we have the bandwidth to understand the context in which it's happening. We have the ability to resolve difficulties while they are easy because we recognize when something may become more complicated down the road. We have the ability to manage great things while they are small, and therefore have control over the direction of our lives in a way that not just benefits us, but benefits those we love, benefits our community, benefits our country, benefits truly all of humanity and the universe as a whole.
Yeah. What's that?
Avoid striving and practice non-doing. This doesn't come from law. It starts with each of us. attend to the end. That which is at rest is easily restrained. That which has not yet appeared is easily prevented. That which is weak is easily broken. That which is meager is easily scattered. Consider difficulties before they arise, and order things before they become disorganized. A mighty tree grows from a tiny seed. A pagoda of 9 stories is built from small bricks. A journey of 3,000 miles begins with one step. Try to reshape a thing and you will deface it. Try to control it and you will lose it. The wise, accepting things as they are, deface nothing. Not seizing things, they do not lose them, while others, in their mad rush for wealth, are always chasing success, but coming up short. To succeed, be as attentive at the end of an enterprise as at the beginning. The wise do not desire what they do not possess. They learn to be unlearned. They attend to that which others ignore. In that spirit, they help things grow without interfering. As we take a closer look at chapter 64 of the Tao Te Ching, this is approaching the last few chapters here of the 81 that we're going to go through as part of this Swell series. As we look forward to the end of the enterprise, this question is precisely the same that we laid out in the beginning. What matters to you? What do you value? And knowing that answer in this moment and in each moment, despite it changing, what are you going to do with it? What valuable acts are you going to partake in? A mighty tree grows from a tiny seed. Probably best that we start planting. Profound simplicity. In ancient times, rulers who followed the Tao did not puff up the people, but kept them simple-hearted. Clever people are difficult to govern, and so governing people with cleverness is a mistake, while governing with simplicity is a blessing to all. Rulers who follow this become good models. This is governing in the spirit of the Tao. The effects of simplicity are profound indeed, deep and far-reaching. It is the opposite of common governing, but it is the most effective way to rule. As we look at this chapter 65 of the Tao Te Ching, I'd like to start with defining a term here, which seemed to stand out right from the beginning: common governing. Now, my initial assumption is that common governing could have referenced a particular way of arranging governance or otherwise bringing people together to do something that generally I know I've rallied against the phrase common good, but this could have been a reference to that. However, I took a look at a second copy of the Tao Te Ching, a little bit of a different translation, and instead of saying it is the very opposite of common governing, but is the most effective way to rule, this second translation says, the reverse of ordinary kinds, after it is so, comes supreme flow. In other words, common governing is just the most prevalent way of doing things of the day. And interestingly, in 2023, this is still largely the case today. Many of the same trends, some of the same behaviors are still in effect. Now, anytime that something is generally accepted, is the way that things are done, this is an opportunity to raise a question about whether or not it's the right way to do something. The second part of this that I think is worth taking the time to cover begins in the second stanza, which says, clever people are difficult to govern, and so governing people with cleverness is a mistake. Cleverness in law is an opportunity for misdeeds by those who may claim special right to rule others, to violate their consent, or to treat them as lesser people. And there are some interesting elements here about the importance of profound simplicity that we're seeing. Again, these chapters build one on top of the other. There's a why that needs to be answered. Why is this important to have a lack of cleverness in governance? So we see right before in chapter 64, titled Attend to the End, which opens right in the beginning. It says, that which is at rest is easily restrained. That which has not yet appeared is easily prevented. And then in the chapter right before that, 63, we see it says, resolve difficulties while they are easy and manage great things while they are small. All the world's problems arise from slight causes. In other words, if we don't want to have people who are in power, who are going to use cleverness, who are going to take advantage of others, who are going to make others lesser people, it would make sense if we were to take the time to do this in the beginning. Of course, that is more easily said than done. There's a tremendous opportunity in a situation where government has monopoly on force to take advantage of others, to use that for personal gain, for those who you believe to be deserving, or otherwise simply to get ahead. The power of law is certainly something that people throughout history have taken advantage of time and time and time again. So we have to look a little bit deeper here. When we talk about profound simplicity in chapter 65, there's a question of how do we go about doing this? And what I'd point to is, again, the words of the Tao Te Ching back in chapter 60, which says that one should do great things as one fries small fish, simply, boldly, and without fear. In other words, each person has this ability in their own life to make choices. And what a capitalist would claim, what a capitalist would believe, in fact, the bedrock of capitalism, is that each and every single person has that naturally occurring right to make that decision for themselves. Meaning that even if a vote were taken, or a supreme leader, a king with divine powers claimed, were to make a decision, the sole dissenter still reserves their independent rights to peacefully and consensually say no. Lead from below. Rivers and seas rule the land by staying below it. Wise rulers, desiring to lead the people, humble themselves and stay below them. Wishing to help the people, they stay out of the way. Wise rulers live above without burdening the people. They guide without coercion. They do not quarrel with anyone, so no one quarrels with them. This is why the world rejoices and never tires of a wise ruler. We are getting significantly closer to the final homestretch here of these 81 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. This is chapter 66. And it begins by talking about a naturally occurring state among equal people, people with equal rights in the eyes of the law. Rivers and seas rule the land by staying below it. Wise rulers desiring to lead the people humble themselves and stay below them. Civil servants act in service of others when they are bound by the respect for individual rights. And this chapter goes on to explain very specifically what this looks like in practice. So much of what we talk about in 2023, when we talk about policy, when we talk about the best way to proceed in various forms of governance and various policy ideas, is questionable. Meaning a lot of this is, if we increase X by Y%, we'll get Z result. And in reality, a lot of people's eyes start to glaze over because the results are not terribly specific. They aren't terribly personal. There isn't a relation to our day-to-day lives. This chapter of the Tao Te Ching, however, gets fairly specific about both the causes and the effects. Wishing to help the people, wise rulers stay out of the way. Wise rulers don't burden the people because they avoid coercion. They avoid the use of force. They avoid threats. They avoid policies which push one version of happiness onto others who, by their nature being humans, have a different version of happiness, or may. Leaders with wisdom don't quarrel with anyone. They don't start fights. They don't create partisanship. They do not divide. And as a result, no one quarrels with them. They don't over-interfere in other people's lives. And as this chapter goes on to say, the result is a sustainable form of governance that is able to flexibly change with a changing world, accommodate for a changing reality. The world, in fact, here says the world rejoices. The people are happier. Everyone's excited because they are not limited in their pursuit of their version of happiness. The various ways that they choose to live their life, express their liberty. You're not going to get tired of a wise ruler if you are so busy living the best, most valuable parts of your own life. That also brings to mind a point about defining better. Defining better is not a journey with an attainable endpoint. At no point in life should any of us expect to achieve perfection. Similarly, as governance and laws are implemented by people, imperfect is always going to be the case of implementation in laws. When a leader says that they're going to be able to fix all of your problems, that should be viewed with a healthy skepticism. It is a skepticism that is by nature healthy. What this does offer, a place where each person has their individual rights respected, where each person is free to pursue their version of happiness, where their life is free, where their liberty is intact. This is a just and fair place to have the conversation about what kind of laws we should have, how we should act on and react to one another. How are we going to have a healthy, happy, sustainable, productive society? Compassion. The Tao is by nature immaterial, yet all the world calls it great. It is because the Tao does not put on appearances that it is great. When a person puts on a show trying to appear great, their mediocrity is soon exposed. The Tao has 3 treasures, which the wise guard and cherish. The first is compassion. The second is economy. The third is humility. If you are compassionate, you can be truly courageous. If you are economical, you can be truly generous. If you are humble, you can be truly helpful. If you are brave but lack compassion, are generous but lack economy, and try to help others but lack humility, you've lost the way. Compassion leads to victory in battle and safety in defense. Fortune blesses the compassionate. What we find in chapter 67 of the Tao Te Ching here, compassion. This is not like capitalism. This is capitalism. It's a way each person can navigate through a life in which we want to help one another, despite our existence as individuals in an imperfect and finite universe. Compassion, economy, and humility can only be best and most fully expressed and experienced in life, in a framework where each person is free to exchange this value, to practice the valuable acts that they would like to, and where they can be assured that the purpose of governance, what those who are in positions of leadership are tasked with doing, and in fact are bound to do by the purpose of the job itself, is to protect each and every single individual human's rights. This isn't abstract. This is personal. This is your life. This is your experience. This is what you choose to do with the finite amount of time that you have on this earth. What kinds of courage do you want to practice? What manner of generosity is important to you? How do you want to help? What do you value? What we have compassion for, what we care about, is what we love. It's what we value. And it is only in a system in which we are free to exchange value, to pursue the happiness that makes our lives worthwhile, where we are able to express this compassion among those who share in it, that we are able to live our best lives. Bring out the best. The best warrior is not warlike. The best fighter is not frenzied. The best conqueror is not quarrelsome. The best ruler is not unruly. Bring out the best in yourself, and you will bring out the best in others. This is following the Tao. Since ancient days, it is the way of virtue. That is chapter 68 of the Tao Te Ching. And in this chapter, we're given a very clear place to start if we seek to bring out the best, if we would like to define and bring into reality a better future for ourselves or for others, or simply a better future generally. Bring out the best in yourself, and you will bring out the best in others. And simply from a baseline logical perspective, this makes sense. We have the ability to control our own behaviors. We have the ability to regulate our own emotions. We have the ability to think critically as individuals. And by doing so, those around us are able to learn from us as we are able to learn from them. There's a number of different ways that this has been expressed, but the idea that you are the amalgam of the 5 people who you spend the most time with, whether that's your children, your parents, your spouse, or also in a work context. This is obviously an inexact science, but it is a concept that speaks to the social narrative, the collection that we do in our individual lives when we interact with others and when others interact with us. What's particularly interesting about this is this text, which is thousands of years old, is already referencing ancient days, saying that this is something that has been part of human nature, to bring out good things, to bring out virtuous behaviors, to bring out virtue itself. What this does require is identifying what is the best in yourself. Because of the way that we interact, it's often easy to analyze and understand the best in other people because it is in relation to a base point that is ourselves. We can compare and contrast. This is part of the critical thinking skill that says, as someone does this, it's better off for me. It results in a better part of my life. It's one of the reasons oftentimes when we think about governance that we have a baseline to compare good governance and bad governance, because we have the ability to recognize the direct impact of a policy or a personality or a series of happenings on ourselves. The impact is much more clear. When we look at the best in ourselves, however, and we try to remove that from the bubble of others, the broader social context, we're left with something a little bit different. We're left with a different kind of exploration, a different kind of examination, because we're not necessarily comparing ourselves to others. We're not even necessarily comparing ourselves to our past selves or to what we could be in the future. This simply says, bring out the best in yourself, which is a moving target. What does it mean to be the best version of you? What does it mean to bring out the best in yourself? This chapter gives us some indication that the answer is likely not going to emerge in 5 minutes or 5 seconds. It's certainly not something that's going to be apparent. In fact, it might even be turning logic up on its head. It's going to require deeper investigation. It's going to involve spending time alone. The best warrior is not warlike. The best fighter is not frenzied. The best conqueror is not quarrelsome. The best ruler is not unruly. What does this mean for bringing out the best in yourself? What roles do you take on to be the best you? Optimistically, that will bring out the best in those you surround yourself with. Know your weakness. A great military general once said, "I dare not invite conflict as a host, but always act as a guest. I hesitate to advance an inch and am quick to withdraw a foot." This is advancing by not advancing. It is winning without weapons. It is charging without rage. It is seizing without force. There is no mistake greater than making light of an enemy through overconfidence. We make ourselves vulnerable. When well-matched armies come to conflict, the one that is aware of its own weakness conquers. In chapter 69, the title, to me at least, jumps out as perhaps not completely accurate. It's titled, "Know Your Weakness." And I think that last word should be plural. Know your weaknesses. Understand the various ways in which each of us fall short. I've never met a perfect person. I'm not sure that one exists. If one does exist, please put your hand up. I have some questions. It's interesting to look at this idea, though, and say, if you do want to accomplish great things, if you want to live a better life, if you want to practice valuable acts and define better in your own life, in fact, it requires that you recognize where things are imperfect. It requires that you recognize where you are weak, where you are unable. This is a tremendous way to find allies, to find people to work with, collaborate with. It's also a wonderful way to recognize when you're going to get yourself in over your head and perhaps bite off more than you can chew. When we think of this from a human value perspective, we think of the idea that each and every single human being has value. And as a result, each and every person has the right to themselves, to their own life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. This chapter calls on us to ask a few important questions. Who are the greatest enemies of consent? They are, in all cases, individuals. There is no such thing as an independent collective. What motivates people who don't believe in respecting consent? What drives them to dismiss human value and equal rights? Those of us who believe that each person has rights, each person without exception has value, one of the weaknesses that we need to recognize, that we need to know, is that we are coming to the table with a tremendous disadvantage in terms of violent conflict. And we have a tremendous advantage in nonviolent conflict resolution. Capitalist force, in quotes, is an oxymoron. In capitalist interaction, exchange of value among consenting people, each person is free and safe saying no to someone else's version of happiness. It doesn't seem realistic to shoot toward an end goal that is the complete cessation of all disagreement. So long as we have differences in worldview and opinion, just basic differences in how we see the world, we're never going to have this static perfection. Far from being a negative, that's a positive. Thank goodness that we have so much incredible diversity and beauty, and each and every single person has their own way of solving problems that can allow us to overcome any obstacle that we face as a species. But also on an individual level, we're just never going to have a perfect situation free from any conflict. What we can do, however, is to apply in law the imperfect written code and system that we use to interact and adjudicate when things do go poorly, when disagreements do arise. We can put into the letter of our law respect for each and every single person's rights, an understanding of each and every person's value. And that is something that we can be tremendously excited about. Hidden treasure. My words are easy to understand and easy to put into practice, yet no one in the world seems to understand them or put them into practice. Words have an ancestor, a preceding idea, and deeds have a master, a preceding purpose. As ideas and purposes are often misunderstood, so I am misunderstood. My words are precious beyond measure, but I am not one to flaunt my riches. The wise wear plain clothes and keep their gems out of sight. In this chapter 70 of the Tao Te Ching, there's kind of an exciting acknowledgement here that each person, yourself included, as you listen to this, you have a treasure that at no point will anyone else be able to understand. No one will ever be able to put this into practice. You have something that is incredibly valuable. Your understanding of who you are and the practice of being who you are is something that is easy. Yet, of course, no one else in the world can understand it or put it into practice. They're too busy being themselves. This is the nature of our reality. This is how we live as human beings. We can't be in each other's skin. This is something that's been quoted in so many different ways. It's said many different times throughout history. It's an idea that has arisen independently across cultures, across civilizations, across eons. What it points to, though, is also an important space that is entirely negative. The Tao Te Ching starts in chapter 1 by saying that the idea that can be expressed in words is not the infinite idea. It's not the thing itself. And similarly, expressing who you are, whether it's in a swell or in art or in music or creating a movie or talking to family or the most intimate, private moments of your life and physical expression as well, these can never be fully expressive of what it is to be you. And yet, the words are precious beyond measure. When we can cause an understanding of who we are and we can get an understanding of someone else, this is something that's relatively rare. It's something that certainly doesn't come easily. The disagreements that are commonplace is certainly evidence enough of that. What it does point to is an opportunity for each and every person in their own life, however, to discover this hidden treasure. And that, too, is easy because you're the only one that can do it. You're the only one that can know whether or not you're there, whether or not you're headed in the right direction, whether or not what you are acknowledging about the hidden treasure that is your own value as a human being is a true and authentic expression of who you are. It's not enough to simply know what you value. You must know and have direct experience of value itself. These words themselves come out in a particular way. When I say something like, you must know something, that is only if you want to access and experience this hidden treasure. There's absolutely no force involved in it. There's no coercion involved in it. You leave this 5 minutes and you go about your life. There's no consequences. There's no punishments for not doing so. There's simply a gesticulation that many people make at this negative space that says, have you considered looking into this? Might this bring more value into your life? Might it be helpful to consider what you value and then to have direct experience of it? Even to put those in a sequential order misses the point. They're happening simultaneously all the time. And there's nothing to show for this journey because everything is new when you return. Treasure is often buried. It requires the work of digging it up, even when it's there in plain sight. Not knowing. Not to know the things you ought to know is folly. To know that there are some things you cannot know is wisdom. The wise recognize the limits of their knowledge. The foolish think they know everything. Chapter 71 of the Tao Te Ching. Imagine the limits of your knowledge. It may be helpful to start with a particular area. something simple, like the history of the spoon. There's likely only a particular amount that you know, and often I would say the average person would say the history of the spoon is almost exclusively limited to their own experience. Even in this one minute area, the scope of our knowledge is a microscopic part of all of the knowledge that there is about spoons. And of course, this is a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek reference because this applies to every single area of knowledge that we have, even about our own lives, about the places we live, about the people who we spend time with, even about ourselves. There is more information out there about just about everything. And not only that, but over the course of time, change is happening. All of the knowledge currently available about spoons grows every time that someone picks up a spoon and uses it. There's new knowledge about the way that a spoon has been used, the times that it's been used, the people who have used a spoon, again, tongue-in-cheek a little bit, but to point out, even with something very, very simple, there's always going to be things that we don't understand, eroding what we know through change. Understanding that there are limits to understanding even the most basic things is helpful in understanding the broader context that this chapter draws us to understand, which is, again, that there are some things you cannot know. And in fact, what Lao Tzu says in this chapter is that understanding this, accepting this, recognizing this in your own life is wisdom. So many times, again and again and again, throughout this book and through other Taoist, through other Buddhists, through other Christian traditions, through many different religious aspects, but also just in sources of knowledge across history, we are called to recognize our own shortcomings. Because like there is a limit to what we can know, there is a limit to what we can do. And attempting to do everything is kneecapping ourselves in the effort to get anything done. If we're trying to do everything, we're going to be inefficient. There's only so many hours in the day. There's only so many resources. There's only so many people. We live in a finite universe, and far from being a distressing idea, if we can come to peace with that, we can have a greater impact than we would otherwise. We live in a world of distractions. Every single time that we turn around, we're being fed an ad or a narrative about what we should care about. The more important question to ask is, what do you care about? What do you have the ability to impact and change? How can you define better in your own life and tangibly bring that into reality? These are the things that you ought to know. And to not know them is a tremendous missed opportunity, and what Lao Tzu says is a folly. Room to breathe. When the people are too foolish to recognize danger, disaster will surely come. Do not confine the people in tight quarters, or they will chafe against your rule. Give them room to breathe, so they will not become restless. The wise, while valuing themselves, do not overestimate themselves. They reject flattery and gain true merit. This is chapter 72 of the Tao Te Ching, and we are rapidly approaching the end of this exploration through these 81 chapters. This chapter is appropriate to have closer to the end as we transition from the text itself, which is not the lesson itself. Lao Tzu points out several instances in these last few chapters and in the last remaining chapters of what we can do to better understand the lessons that are pulled out of the Tao Te Ching. Find room to breathe. This requires finding silence. This requires finding separation from others. And in this negative space, which is not negative at all, how do you define value in that context? What arises? How do you experience value when you are alone? Alone in this context means apart from any other human communication. No phone, no books, no movies, no TV, no other people. Apart from human communication means being free from the ripples of human communication, memories or thoughts of communication from the past or anticipatory thoughts of what will be coming in the future. What emerges in that space? What comes out of that silence when you, as a ruler of your own body, of your own self, you free yourself from the tight quarters that, not necessarily through any fault of your own, but through the nature of the reality that we live in, the society that we engage with, the people who we surround ourselves with, it's very easy to find ourselves in tight quarters. And as a result, there's friction there, there's chafing, where instead there may be value in finding room to breathe, giving yourself room to breathe, and therefore avoiding restlessness. This is a courtesy that can also be extended to others. This is a kindness as a valuable act moment. This is particularly important to have established in a system of law, in a system of governance, ensuring that there is not chafing, that people have the room to breathe, that people are not backed into tight corners by laws and regulations and policies which restrict their ability to exchange and experience value freely. This is why capitalism so specifically points to the proper role of governance being the protection of individual rights. Because the way that we each experience this may be different, but it is also unified. I would suggest that the experience of being alone, finding room to breathe, may result in you feeling closer and more connected than you ever have before. Courage and caution. Reckless courage leads to death. Cautious courage leads to life. These two things, courage and caution, must be balanced. The right thing at one time is the wrong thing at another. This is why the wise approach everything with both courage and caution. The Tao does not fight, yet it conquers. It makes no demands, yet it receives. It issues no summons, but things come to it naturally. The Tao's reach is vast indeed. It casts a wide net and loses nothing. This is chapter 73 of the Tao Te Ching, and this bears a remarkable similarity to the balance between freedom and safety that has been so often discussed throughout both the history of America, the history of the world, truly, the history of humanity, and how we are going to get along together in a peaceful manner. And it's also very relevant in the present, where each of us are alive. If you are listening to this, you are alive. You have the experience of getting to choose courage and caution, freedom and safety. And what the Tao Te Ching suggests is remarkably similar to what arose in capitalism. These two things, courage and caution, must be balanced. The Tao Te Ching says, capitalism says, each and every person has the innate human right to freely exchange value, which again is not just money. Value comes in many different forms. It comes in the form of friendship and love and shared experience. And yes, of course, money and physical goods as well. Value means many different things, something different to each and every person. And also at different times, which the Tao Te Ching also expresses here, the right thing at one time is the wrong thing at another. The valuable thing at one time is the not valuable thing at another. Cheap might be the right word to use here. The Tao does not fight, yet it conquers. Each and every person is limited in their pursuit of happiness, in their pursuit of what they value, by the principle of each and every person having individual rights. No matter how badly I would desire my neighbor's car, for example, I have no special privilege to take it from her simply because I desire it. It is hers. It makes no demands, yet it receives. In capitalism, free exchange is not made through demands, it's made through offers. There is a giving and receiving that happens among consenting people when they are free to trade, to exchange, to give, and to take. We receive without making any demands. We make no summons. We don't make a claim of any special privilege to demand someone else's space, to demand someone else's property, to demand someone else's time and the product of their mind. Yet things come to it naturally because that is the nature of human experience, to find commonality, to find what we value. That I have chickens and my neighbor has oranges might actually end up being a fantastic trade in very much the same way that trading hours of my day for a particular sum of money in a job is a huge gain of value for both parties. The Tao's reach is vast indeed. Value is everywhere. We experience it in every single aspect of our life. No matter where we are, we have the value of our own lived experience expressed in different ways for each and every single person. And in that way, capitalism, value itself, the ability to freely exchange it, and the safety saying no to someone else's version of happiness, is this wide net in which nothing is lost, where there is so much to gain by finding collaborative, peaceful, beneficial ways that we can work together. We can balance courage and caution, freedom and safety best in a society in which people are free to do so. Sharp tools. What good is it to threaten people with death If capital punishment was an effective deterrent, no one would dare commit a crime. When administering justice, be careful. The executioner is like a skilled carpenter at his trade. Do not try to take his place. For if you pick up the carpenter's sharp tools, you're liable to cut yourself. Chapter 74 of the Tao Te Ching, titled Sharp Tools. One of the most important next steps, and make no mistake, in the last several chapters of the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu is laying out these next steps. In some ways, it's a mad rush to the finish of these 81 chapters, saying, if you understand the nature of what I'm talking about, something that is entirely in the negative space that will never be able to be fully put into words, but you have put these sharp tools in your tool belt, which you, as the carpenter, as the leader, as the manager, as the administrator of your own life and justice in it, if you understand and have put these tools in your tool belt, you are now in the business of doing something about it. Be careful. Don't try to be the executioner. When we look to what comes next once we have these tools, the discussion becomes, what do we do with them? That happens on both the individual basis and on the interactive basis between individuals. Recognizing that the tools that you have in your tool belt are different than the tools that other people have in their tool belts is an opportunity for collaboration, for getting along, for finding shared value and exchange. There are many different ways to express value. There are so many different ways, perhaps even an innumerable number of ways that we can exchange consensually together. And truly that is what is possible, most possible in capitalism versus any other system. It's one of the elements that makes capitalism a uniquely moral system, perhaps I would argue the only moral system that we currently have at our disposal. It is the only system which maximizes happiness and minimizes not happiness, which can come in many different forms. I won't tie that to a single word, and in fact, happiness itself comes in many different forms. Each person has these different tools. What is unique about capitalism in the administration of justice is that it doesn't say, here is the one hard, fast set of rules that is going to apply to every person. It says each of us are different. It is consistent with reality in that way. And it says as long as it's consensual, holy cow, there is no shortage of ways that we can get along peacefully, consensually, and that we can build a cohesive society. I'm going to take perhaps the most divergent way of thinking here, the two often compared versions of a way to organize society, free trade versus centrally controlled collective governance. Let's, for the sake of argument, call this capitalism versus socialism. Which of these is superior? Which one maximizes happiness for all people better? I think it's very evident and incredibly easy to understand that capitalism is superior because in a capitalist system, you're free to be a socialist. You're free to be a communist even. You're free to live in a collective way so long as all of the participants are voluntary. There's actually nothing getting in your way. You don't need to have free markets, for example. The markets are inherently free and that everyone there is there consensually. However, it simply limits the use of force and violence against others. Flip that on its head. Can you be a capitalist in a socialist system or a communist system? Absolutely not. So there's already a whole segment of people who are less satisfied, less happy, less safe, less secure in their rights, in their person, in their ability to pursue happiness by inverting those. Picking up the carpenter's tools, you are liable to cut yourself. When taxes are excessive, the people starve. When officials are overbearing, the people rebel. When governments make life miserable, the people wish for death. Oppressive measures never achieve their intended results. This is chapter 75 of the Tao Te Ching, and I am tempted to leave this without comment. It seems self-explanatory and a reasonable explanation of the result of large governance. What I'll instead focus on briefly is the interesting similarities that arise here between a document that was written thousands of years ago and the problems that have arisen since then, which led to, among other things, the creation of the United States and a very particular belief system in capitalism. High taxes, overbearing officials, governments making life miserable is a oversimplification of the Declaration of Independence. What made the creation of America unique and the principles of capitalism unique is that they are peaceful, where in the time of the Tao Te Ching and throughout history, violence has been the easiest and go-to response to the acts of excess, overbearance, and governments making life miserable. The Declaration of Independence makes a different kind of claim. Capitalism makes a different kind of claim. It says each and every person has value. And when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such a government. This says that each person has a right to themselves, has a right to be free, has a right to live. And this didn't necessarily have to involve war, didn't necessarily have to involve violence. It was, and we see this shown almost comically in Hamilton, the stage production, where, the king is saying that he'll send a fully armed battalion to remind America of his love. We've learned over the course of time that there are better ways. Of course, it's natural that oppressive measures never achieve their intended results. Limiting some people's version of happiness is going to lead to those whose happiness is being taken, being forcibly restrained, to be frustrated, to be angry. The definition of excessive and overbearing governments making life miserable comes only from the governed, which is, in all cases, individuals. The king didn't have to send troops. When all political connection between the United States and Great Britain, as they said, is and ought to be totally dissolved, that could have been respected. Faced with independence, the removal of consent, peaceful separation, there is always a peaceful option. That is perhaps one of the key teachings that we can take away when faced with oppression today. Stay flexible. A living being is tender and flexible. A corpse is hard and stiff. It is the same with everything. Leaves and grasses are tender and delicate, but when they die, they become rigid and dry. Those who are hard and inflexible belong to death's domain, but the gentle and flexible belong to life. As soon as a tree reaches its greatest height, it begins to die. The strongest soldiers are those who refuse to conquer. The strong stumble and the mighty fall. The tender and weak rise above. That is chapter 76 of the Tao Te Ching. Life is unfolding in cycles, and that is also true of what happens when we look at life, not just at the individual level, but at the systemic level. The sum total of all humanity is comprised only of individuals. But the way that we interact requires codification, a common understanding among those who interact with each other. This is, for lack of a better word, law. Law isn't necessarily just those things which go through deliberation by committee and are assigned by various forces, such as a legislature or a parliament or a king. There are many different ways to go about doing this. Those which share interaction, individuals who share interaction, if existing under different forms of governance, still require a common language. Not necessarily spoken word or forms of communication, but I mean language in a common understanding of how they can expect each other to behave in various kinds of interactions. This law emerges in many different ways. Meeting a stranger on the street, you might form your own kind of law and understanding very, very quickly, both for the better or for the worse. This happens at all scales and all levels of governance. Rigidity and inflexibility in law means rigidity and inflexibility in those enforcing the law. I was just doing my job. I'm protected by qualified immunity. I was acting for the common good. These are statements that are more likely in rigid law, that don't account for the changing nature of our reality and the changing nature of our needs, not just decade to decade or generation to generation, but truly minute to minute, day to day, week to week, as we interact with each other. Each of us are constantly in a state of becoming otherwise. I think the words in chapter 76 are imprecise, the description of what it means to be strong, what it means to be mighty, is a historical representation that carries through to today of those who have accumulated force. The gentle and flexible can be wildly powerful. The tender and weak are not necessarily docile or someone that can be pushed over. As each of us look to improve and define a better future, and push for that to be put into law, put effort into the common shared governance that we have, it's best to remember that all human beings have value, and each and every person has, without exception, certain unalienable rights. What a time to be alive. The uses of wealth. The Tao resembles the stretching of a bow. It humbles the mighty and exalts the lowly. It takes from those who have much and gives to those in need. This is the Tao. It diminishes those who have abundance and lavishes those who lack. The human way is just the opposite. Creditors take from those who lack and give to those who already abound. Where are the wealthy who will use their riches to serve the world? The wise earn much, but claim it not for themselves. They accomplish much, but are not attached to their accomplishments. They succeed abundantly, yet make no show of their success. In this chapter 77 of the Tao Te Ching, we are reminded of the role of a servant leader. In the context of law and governance, a civil servant, one who holds an office that is established by and leverages the force of law, requires a particular use of value. There is a moral floor that exists for all people. Specifically, each and every person has the right to life, liberty, property, the pursuit of happiness, health, satisfaction, reaching toward these valuable ends in our own life. What makes governance unique is that government has a monopoly on violence. And as a result, it makes it much more difficult to say no. When dealing with a company, let's say a grocery store, if the grocery store down the street stopped selling the products that I wanted to buy, I would simply stop going to that grocery store. If enough people stopped going to that grocery store, it would go out of business. There's a natural competition. There's a natural butting of heads that demands that if the owner of the store wants to continue gathering their particular chosen form of value, which is money in this case, they have to provide the value that the consumer would like to receive. And the consumer is at any point free to say no to buying that product, and the store owner is at any point free to say no and to stop selling anything that they would like. Both of those actions have consequences. Maybe you have to drive a little bit further to get to the other grocery store. Maybe you have to pay a few dollars more while there's a period of adjustment. This is also an opportunity for a new store to open. Without limitations in a free market, another store could open that offers what neither of the other two stores ever did. This is drastically different than dealing with government. It's not possible to simply say no. There are many more steps to getting there, whether that's the use of law, elections, campaigning. There are so many different ways that this unfolds. And in the United States model, we have municipal, state, town, federal, all these different forms of governments, not to even mention the unelected mechanisms that also exist, which are difficult to say no to. Here is why restrictions on government are entirely different from restrictions on people, from private ownership, because the consequences are far higher. A monopoly on violence and inability to say no requires that there is an additional amount of responsibility for those who serve in these positions, that they are bound and restricted by a clear line of respecting human consent. A store owner who says, "I'm not going to serve black people," would be run out of business, and rightfully so. If they make that decision, it's going to go poorly for them. They're not going to get the value they want. Historically, a government has done the exact same thing, and the consequences have stretched over generations. We have an opportunity in 2023 to recognize the wisdom in this chapter 77 and do something about it. Paradoxical truths. Nothing is gentler than water, yet nothing can withstand its force. And likewise, nothing compares to the Tao. By it, the weak defeat the strong, and the flexible conquer the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but how few put it into practice. Monks and priests are often the worst sinners. Police officers and lawmakers are often the worst criminals. Truth is often paradoxical. In this chapter 78 of the Tao Te Ching, we are rapidly approaching the end of this book. And here, Lao Tzu is not pulling punches. And perhaps most disturbing, some of the concerns that are brought forward are just as relevant in our lives today, and likely have been in every civilization since. We have seen the inappropriate behavior by priests in our lifetime. We have seen the violations of consent and respect for all people's rights by police officers. We've seen lawmakers push policies that lessen some people's rights and elevate others, despite the promise in America that each and every person has certain unalienable rights. As Lao Tzu puts it, these people are often the worst criminals. Yet the job of a priest is to bring people closer to a holy message. The purpose of police officers and lawmakers is to uphold a moral and just law for all those who are part of this society that is subject to this law. Perhaps the problem is in the law itself. The way that we approach law as a hard and fast thing. Because each and every person can choose to respect consent and refuse to participate in violations of consent, regardless of what the law says. I have two quotes from a gentleman by the name of Robert Pirsig, who wrote a book called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, and several other books as well, that I think are relevant here. First, quote, "The danger is not in using the words. The danger is in clinging to them, clinging to their meaning and saying, oh, now I have spoken a great truth." In other words, having law is not a problem. Having law is very helpful in helping instruct people about the guardrails of how we are to act when becoming a part of a society. There's a deeper question here about affirmative, enthusiastic consent and becoming a part of a society that we can leave for another time. But what this is not to say is that the law itself, the words that are written on a piece of paper by flawed lawmakers and enforced by police officers and preached on by in moral terms by priests, are some great truth. They are not the thing themselves. It is, after all, in all cases true that an idea that can be expressed in words is not the infinite idea. This is from chapter 1 of the Tao Te Ching in the context by which we examine all of the points that come after. The second quote from Pirsig reads, "The place to improve the world is first in one's own heart and head and hands, and then work outward from there." We each have the ability to do this in our own lives. We each have the ability to make good choices, to pursue valuable acts, to define better for ourselves. This is not just the opportunity of a lifetime, but the work of a lifetime. What do you value? avoid lawsuits. Wherever there is a legal dispute between two parties, even after it is resolved, bitterness remains. How can this be avoided? It is virtuous to keep one's obligations, but the wise go beyond this. They do not insist on their rights, but forgive the debts of those who owe them. They know that the Tao will reward them for staying out of court. This is chapter 79 of the Tao Te Ching, and this is one of the more difficult items to put into practice. Because though this is focused specifically on the context of law, what chapter 79 is referencing is dealing with the formality of disagreement. And instead of pursuing the right path, rather pursuing what you believe to be right, pursuing a solution that results in accountability and results in making things right, this chapter suggests that you let it go. Now, this is not the only place where this appears. As we look at other religions and other cultures, we look at these other instances. This sounds remarkably similar to the philosophy of Jesus Christ saying to turn the other cheek. Do not insist on your rights. Forgive the debts of those who owe them. When someone does you wrong, simply turn the other cheek. This also transcends the limit that is so often placed on legal disputes of being able to solve things with money. This is a direct relation to value being much more than money, and the reward of peace being very much the same. There's so many different ways that we can establish value in our interactions, and it also gets to the question of first action, which is when something goes wrong, what are we going to do about it? In an ideal situation, in our interactions, we want to get to square one of peaceful interaction. Meaning that party A and party B, whoever they may be, are able to interact, live their best life without doing harm to each other. Peaceful interaction should be possible. And in order for that to happen, it involves looking at the broader context. There is certainly a deeper history in almost every single situation when we think of that which upsets us on an individual level, on a systemic level. It requires putting aside the past without pretending it didn't happen. In other words, learning from the past. If someone steals from you, you may understandably be able to reach a position of peace with that and forgive them. That doesn't necessarily mean that in the future you aren't more observant of when this person is around and how they're interacting with other things that you value, which they may take. You can continue the positive, peaceful interaction while taking preventative measures. This is also something that appears in capitalism and in the interpretation that has evolved since the creation of capitalism and the creation of the United States. The concept of might makes right, in this concept of being able to establish a strong defense. This was, after all, the reason for the Constitution. This is what is in the preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. It is the reason for it. Now, putting that aside real briefly, letting go of what angers us, harm that has been done, justly or otherwise, the practice of forgiveness requires work, in the sense that letting go of what feels righteous requires action and non-action separate from the context, or at least forgiving. To not insist is to further clarify where you draw the line, to clarify your definition of better. happy at home. In a small country with few people, government is still necessary, but let it be very limited. The people should be safe and content. Then, though there are carriages and ships, the people will not want to leave their country. And though there are shields and swords, there will be no reason to use them. Then the people will freely practice their trades, delight in their cuisine, be content in their clothes, take pride in their homes, and rejoice in their holidays. Neighboring countries may be so near that their dogs can be heard barking at night. But your people will be so content, they will grow old and die without ever wanting to leave home. Chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching. The proper size of government is that which is limited to the point of peace. If there's a reason to use shields and swords, things have gone wrong. Violence sanctioned by law is a limitation on the free pursuit of happiness. And here in this chapter 80, we also see examples of pursuing happiness that have stretched now over thousands of years. Free practice of their trades, delight in their cuisine, contentedness with their clothes, pride in their homes, rejoicing in their holidays. I have 2 points to make on this chapter. First is the use of the word there, which is identical to what Thomas Jefferson talks about. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is not some abstract. It's actually defined by each and every single person. It is by definition unique. We the people is what they used at the founding of America. And here, this translation at least says, people will freely do these things. It doesn't require the force of law to define happiness. In fact, the law is only capable of limiting versions of happiness. The question becomes where to draw the line. That is the only practical purpose of governance. And capitalism is the only system in which a person is free to define and practice and pursue their version of happiness. Only a system in which people are freely able to exchange value, have ownership of their own self and the product of their mind, where each and every person is safe saying yes or no to someone else's version of happiness, where each person is secure in law and in practice to pursue their own life. Only in such a system are people safe, peaceful, and content. Only in such a system is that possible. The wish of the capitalist is that despite being able to hear my dogs bark and know what's going on so close, that you may be so content, so peaceful, so fulfilled in your own life, able to actually pursue what you believe to be valuable, to define it and then pursue it, to chase after your version of a best life, that you may never even want to leave home. Finding peace where you are is what gives you the ability to interact peacefully when you do decide to travel. True words. True words are often unpleasant. Pleasant words are often untrue. Those who know the truth do not argue about it. Those who argue do not know the truth. Scholars are seldom the wisest people. The wise are seldom scholars. Those who steal from others impoverish themselves. Those who give to others become rich. Those who fight do not win. Those who win do not fight. This is the way of the Tao. This is the final chapter of the Tao Te Ching, chapter 81. In life, we create value in each moment. What does it mean to create value? How do you do it? It takes time to understand what you value and then to act based on your one-of-a-kind knowledge. Both the Taoist and the capitalist make the argument that it would be wise to do so in a way which...
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
So I miss you.
I miss you too. How's the drive going?
Good. So far, I'm about 20 minutes away.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm actually, the way that it took me was the highway to Albany and then through all, like, the backwater upstate New York towns, which is actually, I mean, I'm kind of going into the sunset, so I get to see it with the mountains, and
Nice.
now I'm on my old ride from New Paltz to the house, so it's actually very pleasantly nostalgic.
What?
Strange to be doing it with my two children in the car. But very, very pleasant.
Good. That sounds so
How
nice.
do you sound like you feel a little bit better.
Like I'm good.
Take the time. I really acknowledge that you have to stop work in order to be with us, and I understand that work doesn't just go away. So thank you for doing that. And
Yeah.
I'm glad that you get a minute here to be like, right, like. You hear, bro?
Yeah, I do.
We learned a new word. Surprise?
I love you.
I love you too. I'll text you when I'm safely there.
Alright, sounds good. I love you.
Love you.
consistent with reality. Kindness is a valuable act. And thank you for doing me the kindness of spending this time with me over the past 81 days. I've had fun with this. Life is an opportunity, and you, being alive, have a chance to live. Consider taking that chance. If you've gone through these 81 days and you want more, there is more.